There was this road that I used to bike down all the time. It was quiet, lined with trees, and stretched out just far enough from town that it felt like a nice escape. Peaceful, even. I'd take it whenever I visited my ex's parents' house. Just a long stretch of pavement cutting through the countryside. Nothing remarkable about it. At least that's what I thought. It was a regular afternoon, broad daylight, when I was walking through the college town area heading back home. It wasn't packed, but it wasn't a deserted day either. People were going about their day, and I felt completely safe. A little bit later on my walk, a beige car slowed beside me. "Hey, need a ride?" I glanced over. The guy behind the wheel was leaning towards me, smiling a wide smile. Something about him made my stomach tighten. Not just the fact that a grown man was offering a ride to a girl walking alone, but the way that he was watching me, studying me. I didn't say a word, didn't shake my head, didn't acknowledge him at all. I just kept walking. For a second, I thought he was gone. But as I turned onto my destination street, I saw it. The same car. He had pulled ahead of me and was now turning onto my block, like he had already known where I was going. My pulse spiked, but I told myself it was a coincidence, just a stupid coincidence. Then he gunned the engine and swerved to cut me off. Before I could react, the driver's side door flew open. He was out of the car and coming towards me fast. I felt my whole body seize up. I didn't think, I didn't hesitate. I just ran. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps slamming against the pavement. I didn't dare look back. I just sprinted down the street, scanning wildly for help, for anyone. And then I saw, flashing red and blue lights a little further down the block, a cop had pulled someone over. I screamed. The second I started yelling for the police, the guy skidded to a stop. For one terrifying moment, I thought that he might lunge anyway, taking his chances. But then he turned, bolted back to his car, and sped off. By the time I reached the officer, gasping for breath, the car was already gone, disappearing around the corner. I tried to explain what had happened, but I could barely get the words out. The cop took a basic description, asked if I was okay, and then that was it. Nothing to do, nowhere to go from there. I didn't sleep that night. Days passed, then weeks. I tried to push it out of my mind. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe he was just some creep trying his luck. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. And then the news broke. A man had been caught abducting and murdering women in town. They showed his mugshot, and my whole body went cold. It was him, the beige car, the too wide smile, the man who had tried to grab me in broad daylight. Then they show where he'd been dumping the bodies. That peaceful, quiet road, the one I used to bike down. I just stared at the screen, my stomach twisting into knots. That road, the one that I'd ridden on so many times without a second thought, was where he had disposed of the women he actually caught. And if that cop hadn't been there that day, I wouldn't be telling this story. It was supposed to be just a game. Me and my 9-year-old brother had spent the evening running through the neighborhood, playing ding-dong ditch like we'd done many times before. The thrill of ringing a stranger's doorbell and running away before they could catch us, it was enough to keep us giggling all night. It was harmless fun, until it wasn't. We picked a house that looked perfect, car in the driveway, dimly lit. I dared my brother to ring the bell, and with a mischievous grin, he darted up to the door. He pressed the button, and we both took off running. But just as we turned the corner, the door flew open, much faster than we'd expected. I glanced back only for a split second, just long enough to see a man standing in the doorway. He was tall and shadowy, but I didn't think much of it. We'd always gotten away before. I ran and found a spot to hide behind a nearby bush, crouching low, trying to keep quiet. My heart was pounding, but in a fun way. I was expecting my brother to come giggling up beside me any second, but seconds had passed, then minutes, and there was nothing, no sign of him. At first, I figured that he was just trying to scare me. It would be like him to turn a game on me and hide, waiting for me to freak out. I waited a little longer, peeking around the corner to see if he was nearby, but the street was eerily quiet. And that's when the unease started to creep in. Something wasn't right. 5 minutes had passed and my brother still hadn't shown up. Panic was now building inside of me, and I kept trying to convince myself that it was just a joke. He was playing a prank on me. But then I remembered the man, the one who had opened the door just as we ran. I hadn't seen him clearly as I wasn't as close, but I remembered the look in his eyes, the way that he moved with purpose. And suddenly, a horrible thought hit me. What if he'd caught my brother? I stood up and ran back to the house where it all started. The door was closed and the house seemed silent. I looked around frantically, calling my brother's name in a shaky voice. There was no answer. The street that was once familiar now felt sinister. Every shadow seemed to scare me. I screamed his name, louder this time, but all I got in return was the echo of my own voice. My legs felt weak, and dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Something had happened, something terrible. I turned and bolted for home. My breath was becoming short gasps. As I ran, the only thing I could think about was the man who had opened the door. What had he done with my brother? Bursting through the door at home, I screamed for my dad. My words were jumbled and panicked. Dad, he's gone. I was barely making sense, but somehow he understood the terror in my voice. He got those words. My father, still in his pajamas and my mother's kitchen slippers, didn't even pause to ask questions. He just ran out of the house. Kicking the slippers off, he was barefoot, clutching his phone in one hand as he dialed the police. The minutes that followed felt like hours. My dad ran down the street, shouting my brother's name while I stood frozen, waiting for any news. The police arrived, and the street that was quiet moments before was suddenly filled with flashing lights and the sound of radios crackling. And then, after what felt like forever, one of the officers found him, my brother. He'd been taken by the man who'd grabbed him at the door, but by some miracle, they got to him in time. He was shaken, but he was alive. That night changed everything. What started as a game became a nightmare, one that still haunts me and my brother. The memory of that man opening the door, the moment I realized my brother wasn't coming back on his own, those are things that I'll never forget. What if I hadn't gone home? What if I hadn't called for help? It's just a reminder that sometimes the things that we think are harmless can turn dark in the blink of an eye. And it's lucky that we didn't both approach the door like we usually would. I would call it intuition more than a premonition. I feel as if this story qualifies, though, as eerie. 2 years ago, I was tired from working late the night before, so I ordered some delivery for lunch. I live in San Diego, and it was a gorgeous day. I decided to open the front door while I waited for the delivery driver. There's a deadbolt security door in addition to the front door. The second I opened the door, I heard it. Inside of my head was an absolutely authoritative message. Close the door. So I did. I didn't hesitate. I didn't contemplate. I closed the door. The doorknob was still in my hand. I don't mean to convey that I heard a voice. A more accurate description is that it was a communication. I wasn't thinking that I was necessarily in danger or wondering why I got the message. It was just so clear, strong, and direct that I somewhat blindly obeyed. Also, I was hungry, tired, and quite possibly hungover. I kept the door closed until 10 seconds after I heard a car door open and close from the front of the house. Right as I opened, the delivery driver was at the door. My cash was ready along with a healthy tip. I paid him, thanked him, and then I closed and locked both doors. I sat down on the couch and put a piece of pizza on a plate that I'd already had out. The doorbell rang. No way in hell I'm answering the door. Hot food was in my hand. Before I would have even had time to answer the door, there was now pounding on the security door. Then I hear a male voice yell through the door. "Hey, it's me. I just delivered your food." I freeze. I'm terrified. There's no reason that the driver would need to speak to me. My order was correct. I paid in cash and tipped generously. In addition to that, he had my phone number. I grabbed my phone, ran back to the door, which was open. The security door was locked, but still, and I closed the door and locked it. As I'm doing that, there is now pounding on the window on the side of the house, along with a man yelling, "Hey!" I stood in the hallway, where I was certain no one could see me or my shadow through a possible crack in the blinds. I call my boyfriend at work and shakily whisper the story to him. He told me that the house used to be a big party house and that it was probably just some drunk or druggie looking for the old tenants. Sweet of him for trying to make me feel better, but I had zero doubts by this time that I was in serious danger. I got off the phone with him and stood trembling in the hallway, contemplating calling 911. All I could think about was that this guy must have been lying in wait, watching the house. He must have seen the delivery driver and then tried to use that as an excuse to get me to open the door. He knew someone was in there. About 3 to 5 minutes later, I hear a police helicopter right over my house. "Attention, we're looking for a male suspect in the area. Physical description. He's considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, please call 911. I went to work that night and relayed the story to my coworkers. A friend told me that he had heard the same thing from people at his day job. A man banging on doors in my neighborhood and trying to get people to let him in. I checked the news after work. A man was running from the police, and he was wanted for felonies in Missouri. He'd been shot and killed by the police 3 blocks from my house a few hours after my incident. Please listen to your intuition. I don't let myself wonder too much about what could have been, what could have happened to me if I hadn't listened. It still gives me chills. I'll never be as comfortable being alone as I once was. I know my story is not uncommon. It's one most of you have heard or experienced in one form or another, but to me, it's still the most terrifying thing that I've ever endured in my 40 years on this planet, and it all started with a boy. My life started pretty great. I was fairly popular in high school, loads of friends, a wonderful high school sweetheart, loving parents. I kinda had it all. And then I went to college on the other side of the country, where I didn't know a soul. That was fine. I saw it as an adventure, the idea of meeting new people, starting new relationships. It was exciting. I met Eric at a homecoming party my freshman year. He was a sophomore, and right away, we had that spark thing going on. He was handsome, charming, funny, intelligent, one of those whole package deals. We developed a pretty serious relationship over the next several months, and as much as I look for them, I really can't pinpoint any red flags from those early years. Some guys are smooth like that. What can I say? We stayed together for my entire 4 years at college. He got a job in the city when he graduated, and I moved in with him a year later after my own graduation. We got married later that same year, and then things started to change. Eric had a very specific idea of what a marriage should look like. even if he never showed a hint of them in our 4-year courtship. We flew home for the holidays, but we spent all of our time with his family, while I was lucky to spend a few hours with my own. There was always some reason that I couldn't visit them without him. Same with my friends. He hated most of them because they were a bad influence, but I was so blindly in love that I convinced myself he was right. He loved me so much that he just couldn't bear us to be apart. He only wanted the best for me. All that usual bullshit. Love is a dangerous thing, kids. It blinds you in a way that makes you believe you're seeing clearly for the first time. It's all lies. Your brain is tricking you. The first time he hit me was after a work party at his boss's lake house. I made a random, off-the-cuff joke during dinner. I don't remember what the hell it was, but I had no clue that it upset Eric until we were on our way home. As soon as we got in the car, his demeanor completely changed. He went rigid with tension, and his face pursed like someone biting into a rotten lemon. I tried to ask what was wrong, but he wouldn't speak. He just sat there, white-knuckling the steering wheel until we got home. Once we were inside, he started picking apart every move I'd made, every word I'd said that evening. In his mind, I'd embarrassed him. I'm sorry, but I'm a fucking delight at parties. I have a lot of faults, we all do, but socializing was kind of my specialty before the PTSD. More than anything, I was confused. I didn't realize how serious he was because it sounded so absurd. And then I made some kind of sarcastic comment, and his hand flew at my face before I knew what was happening. After that, I was just in shock. This is something that happened to other women, less fortunate, underprivileged women, not me. When I look back, it amazes me how naive I was, but I genuinely did grow up with a semi-charmed kind of life mentality, if you'll excuse the corny reference. Well, you all know how this goes. He was so sorry the next day. He cried like a baby, showered me with extravagant gifts. For the next week or so, he treated me like a princess, and I wrote off the incident. He was, after all, under an extraordinary amount of stress at work, and other excuses were made, I'm sure. Then it happened again. I didn't clean the kitchen or forgot to wash the shirt that he wanted to wear that day. There's really no telling. But this time, I had a black eye and a busted lip. Eric wove a tapestry of regret and remorse with his golden tongue, and I forgave him because no matter what he had done, he loved me. We were meant to be together. I couldn't just throw everything away over a mistake, could I? Because love, like it's the end-all be-all to happiness. It makes me sick to think of it now, especially since it took another 5 years to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. The one thing I did get right is not having kids. Eric wanted them, badly, but I took birth control behind his back. It's not that I never wanted kids. It was more that I just didn't want them yet. I kept telling myself that we would wait until he was better, less stressed, back to his old self. Little did I realize, this was Eric being his normal self. I was on my 3rd trip to the ER. By the time I accepted, it would never change. By then, I'd done enough research to know that the cops couldn't help me. Not really. Not in a way that would make me safe. Eric was the kind of guy that would get released the next day and kill me before anyone did a damn thing to stop him. Instead, I told my parents everything and came up with a plan. Eric had a conference coming up that was 3 hours away, and he would be gone overnight. My parents rented a U-Haul and arrived at our house an hour after Eric left. We got all of my stuff packed in a couple of hours and took off. All day, I answered my phone like everything was normal. I told Eric how much I missed him and that I would have his favorite meal on the table when he got home. And then I turned my phone off for an hour before he actually returned. All of our social media accounts were shared, so I deleted them. I didn't want him to have any outlet where he could try to contact people, pretending to be me or whatever crazy idea he would come up with. When Eric couldn't reach me, he called my parents. My mom ignored the calls, but my dad was eager to speak with him. Their conversation was heated, to say the least. Eric was completely unhinged. He threatened to kill all of us if they didn't put me on a flight home that very night. Obviously, I wasn't going back. My family never believed in owning a gun, but my dad went out and borrowed one from a friend after that phone call. A week or two passed with no contact from Eric. I wasn't ready to drop my guard, but my parents were full of bully cliches. They're all cowards. Once you stand up to them, they go away. Yeah, that's usually true on the schoolyard, but it's definitely not a rule to live by. Crazy is crazy, and there's no reasoning with it. By then, I had fully accepted that Eric was legitimately crazy, and he proved me right by breaking into my parents' house while we slept. I woke up to him straddling me with one hand over my mouth and the other around my neck. His knees had my arms pinned, so all I could do was kick my legs, not that they did me any good. Eric put his mouth next to my ear and said that we were going home, that if I woke my parents, he'd kill them both. I was so afraid of him that if my dad hadn't borrowed that gun, I truly think that I would have gone quietly. But he would have never expected my parents, of all people, to be armed. I knew that would be a factor that he didn't account for. So I nodded my head like I would behave, and as soon as I was on my feet, I screamed bloody fucking murder. He was on me in a second, and I don't even remember feeling him hit me. There was just a flash of fists and then blackness. He beat me for several seconds, maybe a minute, before my dad shot him. When I woke up, I was surrounded by paramedics and police. Eric was dead. My parents were just as traumatized as me, especially my dad. He's truly the kindest, gentlest man. He's never even gone hunting, but now he'd taken a human life. Yes, it was necessary, and he's the first to defend that fact. But something like that changes you. It still weighs on him all these years later. I was in the hospital with a fractured jaw, a broken orbital socket, and 3 broken ribs. But we survived. That's all that matters. I've had a few relationships since, but nothing serious. I find I prefer to live life on my terms, and it works for me. So, that's my story. I tell it when I'm able because I hope anyone in similar circumstances will understand that people are who they are. You're not going to change them, no matter how strongly you might love them or how unique you feel your love or circumstances are. You will not be the exception to this rule. Move on while you still have a life to live. Premonition, intuition, I don't know, but something was watching out for me this night. I was living in West Hollywood and was on my way home late at night. It was about 2:30 a.m., and the streets were almost completely vacant. I came to a stop at a stoplight and was in the left-hand turn lane. The radio wasn't on, and I was completely sober as I'd been babysitting my niece. I looked over to my left, and in the far lane was a guy in a car looking at me. You know how it's late at night, long red light, so you just look around while waiting. Suddenly, I heard a voice that said, "If you go when the light turns green, you'll die." Talk about freaking out. It terrified me. I started shaking, and I'm telling you, you couldn't have pried my foot off the brake. Well, the light turned green, and I just sat there. The guy in the other car was still looking at me, so I don't know if he also heard a voice or was just looking at me, so he didn't notice the light or what. At least 5 seconds later, a car blew through the intersection, running the red, and about 3 police cars were following at high speeds. If I'd gone into the intersection, I'd have been killed, and if the guy in the other lane had gone, he probably would have died also. I often get thoughts, ideas, or premonitions, and I've learned that it's important to listen to them. "20 weeks into my second pregnancy, and I had intense premonitions that I would die during the delivery of our son. It wasn't the normal pregnancy fears. I'd given birth a couple of years before to a healthy baby girl. This was different. My intuition kept telling me that I would need a hysterectomy. My organs were going to combine, and I would need a blood transfusion. Several. I kept seeing my funeral, me delivering a healthy baby boy. Yes, I told everyone, and yes, everyone thought I was crazy. In my doctor's and my husband's defenses, all of my tests were negative, all of them. So when I gave birth to a happy and healthy boy, no one expected anything was going to happen, except for me. And in 3 seconds after delivering our son, I was dead. Everyone was in shock, except for me. Of course, I was dead now, so telling everyone, 'I told you so,' really wasn't at the top of my list. I was resuscitated 37 seconds later and put into a medically induced coma, where everything I had visions of came true. The intuition was something I could not ignore. I ended up surviving a very rare amniotic fluid embolism, a 1 in 40,000 risk, where most women will not survive a full-blown AFE. There are 2 reasons I'm alive today. One is during a consultation with an anesthesiologist. She felt unnerved by hearing me talk about my premonitions. Based on nothing else but our conversation, she flagged my file and incorporated extra blood and a crash cart during the delivery. And the second reason, I sensed something, and I said something, over and over again, even when everyone thought I was crazy. I didn't care. Call me crazy any day, but call it to me as I'm above ground, because in the unlikely event you have a strong premonition or intuition that tells you you're going to die, you'd rather have them call you crazy than shake their head in sorrow because they didn't believe you. Speak up. It could save your life. It saved mine. This is the most unsettling experience I've had. It doesn't fall into the ghost category, but it's something strange that just makes my brain itch. I'd just gotten home from work. The house was blessedly quiet. My kids were at school and my husband was working late. So I figured I had a couple of hours to myself before the chaos kicked back in. I had just settled onto the couch with a cup of tea, trying to enjoy the rare moment of peace. The TV was on, but I wasn't really watching it, just letting the background noise fill the house. And that's when I heard it. "Mom!" It was faint but clear, the sound of my son's voice coming from upstairs, calling me like he always did when he couldn't find something. My stomach dropped a little, but I shook it off. Maybe he'd gotten home early from school, or maybe I just hadn't noticed the time. "Mom!" The voice came again, a little louder this time. I sighed, set my mug down, and stood up. "I'm coming," I called out, heading up the stairs. "What is it?" But there was no answer. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were closed and no sign of either of the kids. I looked at my watch, and I realized the kids weren't even supposed to be home yet. It wasn't even close to the time that they'd be back from school. I felt my heart pick up pace a bit, but I told myself that I must have just been hearing things. Maybe it was the TV downstairs that I wasn't really paying attention to, or maybe I'd just imagined it. Too used to hearing them yelling for me every day. Maybe that's what it was. And then I heard it again. "Mom, I'm upstairs." But I was already upstairs. And the voice, it wasn't muffled or distant like it would have been if they were outside. It was right there, just down the hall. My son's voice, clear as day, like he was standing in his room waiting for me. I slowly walked towards his door, every instinct telling me not to, but I had to check, had to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. I opened the door to his room, and it was completely still. His bed was made, the room exactly as we'd left it that morning when I sent him off to school. No sign of him, no sign of anyone. I just started backing out of the room. Even with the TV humming downstairs, the house was so quiet now, suffocatingly quiet. The only sound I could really hear was my own breathing. I turned and walked quickly back downstairs, my hands sort of trembling as I grabbed my phone to check the time again. It was only 2:30. The kids wouldn't be home for another hour. I waited in the kitchen after that, not daring to move or make any sounds. I was just listening to the house, waiting for something, anything, to explain what I just heard. But the house stayed silent. When the kids finally came home that afternoon, laughing and talking like they always did, I stood there staring at them, my heart still hammering in my chest. I never told them what happened. I never told anyone. But every now and then, when the house gets quiet, I expect to hear that voice. Luckily, it hasn't happened since. One night, when I was about 15, I was babysitting for my friend who had gone out to the bar. I babysat for her all the time. My friend and her friend came home, my friend with her boyfriend, and her friend with some man that she'd met at the bar. My friend would usually have her boyfriend run me home as I only lived a block away, but that night he'd been drinking, so the other guy said that he would run me home. My friend absolutely refused and was adamant about it. Even though she was drinking herself, she insisted on taking me home, and she did so. Later that night, the guy whom my friend's friend had brought home left my friend's house, went to two of my classmates' residence, and murdered them both. He was a Marine stationed in my town, and now sits in prison for his crimes. I asked my friend why she so adamantly refused to allow him to drive me home. She said it was just a gut instinct. I firmly believe her gut instinct saved my life. If he'd have been allowed to take me home, I know that I would have been the one cut up and murdered that night. This was in 1995. I heard a knock at the door at about 2 a.m. We owned our own business, a campground and a bed and breakfast. I was used to strangers coming and going, so this shouldn't have felt any different. But instinctively, I had this feeling. I had two little girls, 7 and 5, so my instincts about things were always high on my radar, unlike my husband who trusted everyone. A sign hung on our door indicating we were closed. The summer season had ended, campers were gone, winter was here. But on this particular night, we were both awakened by the harsh sound of continuous knocking and our doorbell ringing. Someone was outside and seemed frantic, to say the least, at this ungodly hour. I whispered to my husband, "Someone's out there. Who would be knocking at the door at this hour?" Fear gripped me almost immediately as I peeked out the warped glass of the old window from upstairs. Sparkling snow glittered under our yard light, but no signs of fresh tire tracks in the snow. That was strange. We lived in the country, a small village about less than an hour away from the RCMP's office in town close by. I immediately summarized everything up quickly in my head as my husband pulled on a pair of jeans to go downstairs. I threw on my housecoat and soon followed my husband downstairs. But it was too late. He had let the stranger in. My heart pounded uncontrollably as I hid behind the kitchen door, which led into the office, where this stranger stood with my husband. They talked. I listened quietly. "I have amnesia," he said. Bullshit, I thought immediately. "I don't know how I got here. "Can I use your washroom?" he asked, completely off topic. I was even more suspicious than ever. As my husband led him to the washroom, with all of the lights still out in the house, I ran for our portable phone in the living room. I sat on my steps leading upstairs to where my babies were sleeping. I was shaking as I called 911. I told them about this very strange stranger in our home. "Please hurry," I said. The conversation continued after the stranger went back into the office. The light dangled from the ceiling, rocking slightly. I could see that he was in his 20s, tall with light brown hair. What was this guy up to, I thought. "How many people are staying here?" he asked. "And how many rooms are in this house?" said the stranger with amnesia. What the hell, I thought. I peeked out the crack of the door so that only my husband could see me. I shook my finger, no, 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 to my trusting husband. "Would you mind if I slept here tonight? I'm so tired." He was determined, I thought. This guy reeked of evil. I knew it way before anything would happen. My instincts had kicked into high gear. He was up to something. My only comfort was knowing that the police were on their way. My heart was pounding. I was sure this stranger could hear me. My husband continued this insane conversation with him. I knew that this could take a bad turn at any point. My husband reassures him that we don't have anywhere for him to sleep. The words were hardly out of my husband's mouth when the stranger eagerly insisted. "That's okay," he said. "I can sleep here on the floor. I'm not hard to please." Again, I peeked out, shaking my finger. No, no, no. The RCMP arrived before my trusting husband finally gave in. The two officers asked the stranger about his amnesia. "Do you have a wallet, John Doe?" said one of the officers sarcastically. He slowly produces his wallet from his back pocket. All of his identification was there. "Why didn't you just check your wallet to find out who you were?" said the officer as he patted down the stranger. A question I would have loved to hear him answer. He was handcuffed and led outside, but not before the officer got another call on his radio for another break-in down the road. He had been dropped off at our house while his buddies had gone on to another house down the road to terrorize an older couple. My instincts may have saved us that night. I've always had this thing about trusting my gut. My mom used to tell me, your instincts will protect you when nothing else can. I never really thought much about it until the night at Hannah's sleepover. There were 5 of us, all friends from school, crammed into her living room with sleeping bags, snacks, and movies. The night was going great until around midnight. Hannah pulled out some old dusty Ouija board from under her couch. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. Everyone else squealed with excitement, but I just sat there, frozen. I don't know why, but I immediately felt uneasy. Something about that board didn't sit right with me. "Come on, it'll be fun," Hannah said, setting the board down on a coffee table. "Don't be such a baby." I forced a smile, but my gut was screaming at me. Don't do it. Just don't. "I think I'll sit this one out," I mumbled, pretending to be more interested in my phone. The girls laughed, teasing me about being scared, but I didn't care. I was kind of used to it, and something inside me told me to stay as far away from that board as possible. So I stayed on the couch while they huddled around the board, giggling as they placed their fingers on the planchette. They asked typical questions. "Is anyone here with us? What's your name?" And for a while, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, just a slight shift. But then it started sliding across the board, spelling out words that none of them could explain. I watched from the couch. I was freaked out. The air in the room felt heavy and thick. and the girls' laughter had faded, replaced by nervous whispers. "What's it saying?" someone asked. Her voice was shaky. The board spelled out, "Go away." Suddenly, the room felt colder, and the lights flickered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I looked at all of the girls to see what their reaction was. The other girls all looked at each other, wide-eyed. But instead of stopping, they kept going, pushing the board for more answers. "Who are you?" Hannah asked. The planchette moved again, faster this time. It spelled out a name, Eli. None of us knew anyone by that name. Then, without warning, the lights went out completely. This caused everyone to scream. I jumped off the couch. My heart was racing now, but I couldn't see anything. There was a strange noise like scratching coming from the walls. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The lights flickered back on, and when they did, all the girls were pale, their hands still on the board. Hannah was crying, and the planchette was spinning in circles, moving so fast I thought it might fly off the board. "I think we should stop," one of the girls whispered. They all pulled their hands away at once, and the board went still. No one said a word for what felt like forever. The room felt wrong, like something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel that lingering presence of something that I couldn't see. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did anyone else. In the morning, everyone packed up their things in silence, and quickly too shaken to talk about what had happened. A few days later, I found out that Hannah had been having nightmares ever since that night. Dreams about a man standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. Another girl said that she kept hearing scratches at her window, even though nothing was there when she looked. Me, I never experienced anything. Not a single nightmare, not a single strange sound. It was like I'd been spared. I think about that night sometimes, how close I came to joining them just to avoid their ridicule. I don't know what they encountered, but I know one thing for sure. I was lucky. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I didn't let peer pressure pull me in. Whatever they let in that night, I'm just grateful it never came for me. To cut a long story short, there I was, working late shifts or doubles, exhausted, sitting in the back seat of a vehicle completely alone. Two strange men sat in the front, and it didn't take me long to realize I wasn't safe. I knew without a doubt that they had no intention of letting me go. In my gut, I felt it. They were going to root me, kill me, and dump my body somewhere. The van idled in a desolate area. The only sound was the faint clicking of an empty booze bottle at my feet. There wasn't a single light in sight, except for the faint glow from my smartphone. It was in that moment, when the reality of the situation hit me like a punch to the gut, that my instincts kicked in. I knew I had one shot, just one chance to say something that might save my life. If I said the wrong thing, it was over. I wouldn't see my son again. I opened my mouth, praying I'd say something smart enough to get through the man behind the wheel. Everything had been leading up to this moment, when I got into the staff transport that evening and saw that the driver wasn't our usual guy. He'd explained to us that he was the brother of the regular driver, and the man next to him was his friend. But then I noticed the empty beer bottles scattered on the floor and the heavy smell of alcohol. It all started to click. The guys in the van had been dropped off one by one, and I was the only woman left. I was the last passenger. Suddenly, I was seeing my life flash before my eyes. I realized that every single person who had been in the van could be a witness. They knew that I was the last person dropped off. That's when I said something. I can't remember the exact words, but whatever I said must have struck a chord, because the driver seemed to snap out of it. It was like he'd sobered up in an instant, realizing how badly this could end for him if anything happened to me. It was as if someone had slapped him across the face. Without a word, he quickly started the van, turned back onto the road, and pretended like he had just gotten lost. He drove me home, and I got out of the van by the skin of my teeth. I don't know if it was pure luck, the power of prayer, or something else, but I made it out that night alive. That night could have been my last, and I truly believe that if it weren't for that gut instinct and the fact that I had a smartphone with me back in 2008, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have gotten married or had 3 more sons. The gut feeling is real. Always trust your instincts. It's your God-given survival kit. It was late, probably too late to be out. I was headed home from work after a long shift, tired and ready to collapse into bed. The bus stop was a few blocks away, but something felt different that night. The streets were unusually quiet. In the air, it was an unsettling stillness. It sort of made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but I chalked it up to a cool breeze. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but the sidewalk was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't just a chill in the air. As I approached the intersection, I spotted the familiar shortcut that I always took to the bus stop. A narrow alley, quicker and more direct. I'd walked through it countless times, but tonight, my feet stopped. I don't know why, but every instinct in me screamed, "Don't go in." I hesitated, standing on the sidewalk, staring into the dark, empty alley. It was silly, I told myself, just nerves. But the feeling grew stronger. I felt this weight pressing on me, a sense of dread creeping in. My heart was racing, and my gut twisted painfully. I turned away. Instead, I took the long way, sticking to the main road where the streetlights flickered dimly overhead. The entire walk home, I couldn't shake this tension in my chest, as if I'd narrowly avoided something terrible. The next morning, I woke to the news. A woman had been attacked in that very alleyway. Around the same time, I would have been walking through it. They found her unconscious, but alive, barely. I was all too aware how easily that could have been me. I still get chills when I think about how close I came and how for some reason I listened to that voice in my head that told me to turn around. I'll never ignore my gut again. I don't really know how to classify this story, but I know that whatever happened saved my daughter's life. We just moved into a new neighborhood with lots of kids much older than my daughter. Our house was on a busy street at the time, and the older kids would run back and forth playing across the street. Not in the street, just switching sides often as they roamed. My daughter was 3 and I had a newborn as well. One day, the neighbor kids asked to come in, and my daughter begged, so I relented, and they ran about touring our house. No harm, but I wasn't used to this kind of thing. Then one of them said that they saw our cat run out the front door, described our cat as well. So with a newborn and a 3-year-old in tow, I began searching outside and calling her name. My daughter had wandered for just a moment while I was checking underneath cars, and as I went back toward our house, suddenly my hair stood on end and time slowed, and I heard a voice say, "Find your daughter now." And when I turned around, there was this giant moving truck coming down the street. I just knew that truck was the danger. I searched frantically, and then I hear, "Mommy," from across the street. She starts running at me with a big grin and I screamed with every ounce of air that I had, her name followed by "stop." I couldn't see whether she stopped or not. It felt like a year before the truck was done passing, but finally, I saw that she had stopped, about an inch away from the truck. I scooped her up, gave her a stern talking to about street safety, and cried as I was so traumatized by what had almost happened. So traumatized that we didn't play outside at all while we lived there. The parks, yes, but our yard, no. Luckily, we moved 1 year later to a much safer area. Oh, and the cat, by the way, was snoring on the couch. All the weirdness started subtly enough that we were able to brush it off at first, like an echo of something we didn't quite catch or a trick of the mind. The time that I heard it, I was home alone, lying on the couch, scrolling through my phone. It was quiet in the house. My parents were out for dinner, and the ticking of the clock in the kitchen was the only sound filling the space as I silently scrolled on my phone. I didn't even think twice about it when I heard my mom's voice from upstairs. "Claire, did you finish your homework yet?" I groaned, rolling my eyes. Typical. Even when she's not home, she's nagging me about school. "Yeah, Mom," I shouted back, not thinking twice about it again. The house went quiet. It wasn't until a few minutes later, as I went back to scrolling, that something clicked in my mind, and then my stomach dropped. I sat up quickly, heart pounding in my chest. My parents weren't home. I'd watched them pull out of the driveway 2 hours ago. I stared at the ceiling. I knew deep down there was no way that she could have been here. I slowly stood up, glancing at the front door, double-checking that it was locked. And then I hesitantly climbed the stairs, each step creaking under my weight, and with every creak, I felt more and more certain I wasn't going to like what I found. But I kept going. I reached the top of the stairs and listened. Nothing. My bedroom door was ajar and the hallway was still. It was dimly lit from the outside. I peeked into my room, expecting, well, I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but it was empty, just as I'd left it. No sign of my mom, no sign of anyone. Even though I convinced myself I had imagined it, I don't think I really believed that deep down, but it was the only logical explanation. I must have just been really tired. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me. So I locked my bedroom door that night, just in case, and fell asleep without thinking about it again. It wasn't until a week later, when I overheard my mom talking to my dad in the kitchen, that I realized I wasn't the only one. "I heard her, Mark," my mom said, her voice low and shaky. "I heard Claire calling for me from the other room. She was saying, 'Mom, I'm home,' but when I checked, she wasn't there." I froze just outside the doorway, trying to hear more. "What?" My dad's voice was confused. "You sure you didn't just imagine it?" "I'm telling you, Mark, it was her voice." I went to the front room expecting to see her, but the house was empty. I even called her, and she said she was still at school. It didn't make any sense. I stood in the hallway processing what I was hearing. It wasn't just me. My mom had heard something too. She had heard me when I wasn't home. The air in the house suddenly felt colder and heavier, like it was pressing down on me. I just wanted to be in the same room with them, so I made my appearance known. I didn't share my experience, though, and my mom didn't share hers with me directly. But I started paying more attention after that, and it happened again a few days later. Only this time, my dad heard it. We were all sitting in the living room watching TV when Dad suddenly paused the show and cocked his head to the side. "Did you hear that?" he asked, frowning. "Hear what?" I said, glancing at the screen, thinking he meant something on the show. "I just heard your mom calling for me from the kitchen." He stood up, looking confused. "But she's sitting right here." Mom and I both exchanged glances. I could see the tension in her face, the same unease that I had been feeling ever since the first time I heard her voice. "I didn't say anything," Mom said quietly. And Dad, well, he didn't respond. He just walked into the kitchen, his steps slow and careful, and a moment later he came back, his face pale. "No one's in there." My mom and I sort of looked at each other like, well, yeah. But after that, the voices started happening more frequently. We would be sitting at dinner and I'd hear my dad's voice from upstairs, laughing like he was on the phone, except he was right in front of me, chewing his food in silence. Or my mom would hear me singing in my room, only to knock on my door and find I wasn't even home. But the worst was last night. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep when I heard it again, my dad's voice, low and muffled, coming from just outside my bedroom door. He was talking quietly, as if he were on the phone. I could hear the faint rise and fall of his voice, but I couldn't make out any words. "Dad?" I called. The talking stopped. I sat up in bed, straining to hear, but there was nothing, just silence. I got up and tiptoed to the door, pulling it open slowly. The hallway was dark, and I couldn't see anyone. My parents' bedroom door was closed, but no light was coming from under the door. They were asleep. I felt my skin crawl as I quietly shut my door, locking it, and crawling back into bed. This morning I woke up to find my mom sitting at the kitchen table, staring at her coffee cup like it held all the answers to what was happening. She looked up when I walked in and she gave me a weak smile. "Did you hear it again?" she asked. I nodded, too tired to pretend I hadn't. My dad joined us a few minutes later, rubbing his eyes, sitting down, not saying anything at all. I could tell that he hadn't slept well either. None of us said much over breakfast. There was a thick, sort of uncomfortable silence hanging in the air, like we were all waiting for something. The voices, they didn't appear to be going away. If anything, they were getting worse. What scares me the most isn't that we're hearing these voices. It's the fact that they sound so real. Every time I hear my mom's voice calling from upstairs, every time my dad is laughing in the other room, it's like they were really there. Like there's an invisible version of our family living in the same house, going about their day, mimicking us. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how to make it stop. I guess I'm just hoping that my parents are as affected by it as me, and that we can figure something out. Until then, if I hear someone calling my name from another room, I'm not answering. When I was 20, my parents, who had divorced but were now living together, asked me to go on a weekend trip with them. I was amazed that my father would even ask. We weren't close. I barely spoke to him. He'd been physically abusive to my mom and my siblings, and especially me, my whole life. I ran away from home at 13, married at 16, so that I'd never be under his thumb again. Yet suddenly he wants to be cozy. My mom was sweet, but a weak woman. She never knew when to get out. This invitation came on the weekend of my 20th birthday. My dad was insistent that I go. I came up with all sorts of excuses. I had to work. My husband had to work. Dad was fine with the latter excuse, said that just the three of us would be great. I knew that it was a rotten idea from the beginning. He'd get drunk, they'd fight. I'd be referee. No way. The more he pushed the idea, the worse I felt about it. I just knew something was wrong. I finally just said that there was no way that I'd go. We'd already made plans for my birthday party with friends, so they went alone. 2 days later, on my 20th birthday, the state police came to tell me that my parents were dead. My father had killed my mother, and then taken his own life. from a note that he had left. It was quite clear why he was so adamant that I come along. My instincts that day told me the trip was a bad idea, and yes, I was right. I told my mom after the divorce to never let him back into her life, but she always thought that he would change. Now I'm happily married to the love of my life, with an amazing grown son and grandchildren. I've had a lovely, full life filled with great times. Unfortunately, my siblings are all gone after failed marriages, drugs, and alcohol. They chose to be victims, spend their lives blaming our parents for all that's gone wrong in life. Where I chose to learn and never make the mistakes that they did. Not sure if I'm editing this in the correct manner to add an afterthought, but here goes anyway. I'm surprised by the number of views and upvotes. Personally, I didn't think anyone would even care. I mean, it happened so long ago, and as the only survivor, I'm long over the whole thing, I guess. But at times, I do wonder if others out there experience the double murder or murder-suicide of parents and also survived relatively unscathed, or if because of the abuse I'm simply detached from the situation. Just something that I think about. When I was 12, my dad took to long evening walks. It became a routine of his, and every night, like clockwork, he'd grab his old brown jacket, the one that smelled faintly of engine oil, and he would step out the door. He'd always come back about an hour later, cheerful and a little winded, talking about the stars or how peaceful the neighborhood was at that hour. One evening, just after dinner, I heard the familiar creak of the front door. I didn't think much of it at first. Dad always left without making much of a fuss. But something strange happened a few minutes later. I looked out the window to catch a glimpse of him starting his walk, but he wasn't in his usual spot, heading down the driveway toward the road. Instead, he was standing perfectly still at the far end of our yard, staring back at the house. This was instantly unsettling. The thing is, my dad never lingered like that. He was always in motion, always eager to set off on his walk or anything he was doing. But there he was, his back to the trees, his face barely visible in the night, just watching. My heart gave a little flutter of unease. I was hoping everything was okay. There was something about the way that he stood. It didn't sit right with me. His posture was stiff, almost unnatural, like someone trying to mimic the way a person stands. "Dad?" I called from the window. My voice felt weak, though I wasn't sure why. He didn't answer, didn't even flinch. He just kept standing there, watching. I felt my chest tighten. He must not have heard me, I thought. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, calling again, louder this time. "Dad, what are you doing?" This time, he moved, but it wasn't the kind of movement I expected. He didn't turn towards me. Instead, he started walking backwards, keeping his eyes locked on the house, his body stiff and jerky, like someone had forgotten how to move properly. It was as if he was being pulled back, step by slow, deliberate step, all towards the woods behind our yard. My stomach was sort of hurting. I think it was an instinctive fear that I just couldn't explain. "Dad, stop messing around," I shouted, but my voice was broken halfway through. He didn't stop. He didn't even blink. I watched, frozen in place as he disappeared into the tree line. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. This wasn't normal. Something was deeply wrong. I couldn't shake that eerie feeling that whoever or whatever that was, it wasn't my dad. I ran back into the house, calling for my mom. She was in the living room, flipping through the TV channels, completely oblivious to whatever I was freaking out about. "Mom," I shouted, louder than I intended. "Something's wrong with Dad." She looked up at me, startled. "What are you talking about? He's upstairs in the shower." I stopped in my tracks. "What?" She gave me a confused look. "He got back from his walk early today. Said he felt tired, so he's been upstairs for the last 15 minutes. I didn't wait for her to finish. My legs felt like jelly as I rushed up the stairs, 2 at a time, and I skidded to a halt at the bathroom door. I knocked frantically. "Dad, are you in there?" There was a pause before I heard his voice, muffled through the door. "Yeah, bud, just finishing up. What's wrong?" My heart sank into my stomach, or something was going on inside of me. I could hear the water running, the sound of him humming some old tune that he liked. It was him. It had to be him. But then, what did I just see in the yard? I backed away from the door, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as the realization hit. I had seen something outside, something that looked exactly like my dad, something that had tried to mimic him in every way, except it just couldn't quite do it. As I thought back, I realized I'd never really seen its eyes. It'd been too far away, the light too dim, but the way it moved, the way it stood, it was all wrong. I slowly made my way back downstairs, trying to keep my breathing steady, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My mom looked up from the TV again. Concern was on her face. "Did you talk to him? What's going on?" I swallowed hard. "I must have been mistaken," I lied. But I couldn't shake the image from my mind. The thing standing by the tree, the way it backed away, never looking away from the house. And now, the woods seemed darker than they ever had before. For days after, I couldn't stop watching the yard from the windows, half expecting to see that figure again. Dad kept going on his evening walks, oblivious to what I had seen, but I couldn't bring myself to ask him about it. I couldn't even mention it to my mom. Something about that night felt too unreal, too unsettling to even talk about. Weeks went by, and I almost managed to convince myself that maybe it had just been in my head, just a trick of the fading light. But then, one evening, as the sun set behind the trees, I heard it again, the front door creaking open. I rushed to the window. There, at the edge of the yard, stood my dad. Only this time he wasn't moving at all. He was just staring again, his face obscured by shadows, but the body impossibly still. I felt the same chill creep up my spine, my skin crawling with dread. I took a deep breath and turned away from the window, stepping out of the living room and slowly, hesitantly, making my way upstairs. I could hear my dad's muffled humming as I approached their room, and there he was, upstairs. I didn't look back out the window. I couldn't. And that was the last time I saw it. This happened when I was 8 years old. Our house sat on the edge of a sprawling, overgrown field, and the backyard was my playground, a space where my imagination could run wild, and I would swear on the afternoons the quietness made me feel like I had the whole world to myself. I remember that day the air was thick and still. It was the kind of warm, lazy afternoon where even the birds seemed too tired to sing. I was sitting in the grass, running a stick through the dirt as I sketched out a game for myself. But after a while, I got bored and wanted to find my mom, hoping that she could take a look at what I'd drawn. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my hands, and I scanned the backyard for her. It didn't take long to spot her. She was by the old garden shed, hunched over a few boxes, her blue sweater catching the light of the sun as it peeked through the trees. That sweater, it was the one that she'd always worn when she was working outside. Her glasses slipped down her nose like they always did, and I could see her absently pushing them back up with the back of her hand, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Mom!" I called out, waving as I started walking towards her. "Hey, Mom, come here. I want to show you something." She didn't respond. She didn't even glance up from the boxes. I frowned and took a few more steps, raising my voice a little louder. "Mom, did you hear me?" Still, nothing. I could see her moving, still sorting through the boxes, but it was like I wasn't even there. And then a strange sense of unease began to settle over me, one that I'd never felt in the presence of my mom before. A prickling sensation, it was creeping up my arms. I waved again, more frantically this time. "Mom?" I was standing just a few feet away from her now, close enough to hear the rustle of cardboard as she shifted through the contents of the box. But it was as if I were invisible. My heart started to race. In the air, it felt weird, thick. I had this growing sensation that something was wrong. Frustrated and kind of scared, I stopped, turned on my heel, and made my way back toward the house. I didn't know what else to do. Maybe she was just distracted, I thought. Maybe she didn't hear me because she was so focused on whatever she was doing. But still, that cold feeling wouldn't leave me as I reached the back door and stepped inside. And that's when I saw her. She was standing at the kitchen sink, her back to me. She was just rinsing dishes. Her blue sweater was gone, replaced by a light t-shirt, and her hair was loosely tied up, just the way she always did when she cooked or cleaned. I stopped cold in the doorway. My hand was still on the doorknob, but my mind was struggling to catch up with what I was seeing. She was inside? How? I'd just seen her out by the shed not more than a minute ago. I hadn't taken my eyes off of her until I walked back in toward the house. There was no way that she could have gotten inside before me. No way that she could have changed clothes that fast. I had chills now, and I felt my throat tighten as I slowly walked into the kitchen. My footsteps were hesitant. "Mom?" I asked. She turned, drying her hands on a dish towel, smiling at me like nothing in the world was out of place. "What's up, sweetie?" I stared at her, trying to find the words, but my mind was just racing. "Weren't you just outside? By the shed?" She blinked, her smile fading as she looked at me, puzzled. "No, I've been in here for the past hour, cleaning the kitchen. Why? What's wrong?" "But I just saw you," I said. My voice was quieting down. "You were out there, going through the boxes by the shed. I waved at you. I called out." She looked at me carefully. She took a step closer, crouching down slightly so that she would be at my eye level. "Honey, I've been inside this whole time. Are you sure you saw me?" I was really trying to make sense of it, trying to replay the scene in my head. I could still see her standing there in the yard, pushing her glasses up, her blue sweater clear in my mind. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making it up, but now, standing here, looking at her in the kitchen, it felt impossible. I looked toward the back door, half expecting to see someone else standing by the shed, but when I peered out the window, the yard was empty. The shed was just as it always was, worn down, quiet, the boxes still stacked neatly beside it. The image of her outside, it was so vivid, so undeniably real, that for a long moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It was like I had seen something that I wasn't supposed to see. And I answered her, "I'm sure." I guess I whispered it more to myself than to her, but she reached out and gently touched my arm. "Maybe you were daydreaming, sweetheart. It happens. You know, sometimes our imaginations just run wild." I nodded slowly, but I wasn't convinced. I knew what I had seen, and it was nothing like my imagination. It was too clear to have been a daydream. The memory of her outside was still sharp in my mind. Even the way the light had hit her hair, the sound of the boxes rustling. I didn't argue, though. What was there to say? As the days passed, I tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself that maybe it was my imagination. Maybe my imagination was getting stronger. But every once in a while, I'd catch a glimpse of the shed from the corner of my eye, and that same unease would creep back in. I never saw her in two places at once again, but to this day I still wonder, what did I see that afternoon? And how many times had I trusted my eyes, not realizing that maybe, just maybe, they were showing me something that wasn't really there. My mother had slipped and fractured her hip, so she was in the hospital for a while. During her time in the hospital, I would visit her in the evenings until closing time, and then go home. During that time, I struck up conversations with a younger male, who I assumed was also visiting family in the hospital. It would always be just the two of us at about 10 p.m. at night, bidding each other goodnight in the hospital car park. One night, I came out of my mother's room to meet him at the lifts on my way down. As we had shared snacks and recognized each other in various waiting rooms, I thought nothing of it when he offered me an unopened can of pop, as he was already also sipping on one. Before stepping into the lift, I opened my can and took a sip. By the time we reached the car park, I had drunk about a third of my drink. Suddenly, my whole body just went numb. I felt like I couldn't swallow, blink, breathe, or even walk. I felt like my body had shut down. I watched as I sat myself on the ground, supporting myself on the man's leg. He told me to sit and wait for him, that he would get his car and drive me around to the emergency room doors. I was panicking, but I couldn't speak, just weakly nodded while struggling to breathe. I lay on the asphalt as his car pulled up, and he helped me into the front passenger seat of the car. It was a white, long car, station wagon type, and he kindly put the passenger seat back so I could lay back and rest. I drifted in and out of sleep, trying to work out why we had not yet arrived at the emergency doors. I don't drink alcohol anymore, but I've been extremely drunk before, and this is exactly how I felt now. I could not speak, my thoughts were jumbled, and my body was just not cooperating. I kept opening my eyes, and I could see light shining out of tall building windows as they flew past, but I couldn't squint or focus to properly recognize which part of the hospital these buildings belonged to. I then fell asleep. I was woken after a while because I was being rocked from side to side. I reached over to steady myself, and I touched a wall with knobs. Confused, I tried opening my eyes. I realized that I had touched the knobs of a car radio. As I slowly refocused my thoughts and tried to work out where I was, I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I knew that I would need to throw up immediately if the rocking didn't stop. As I turned my head to the right, I felt a stream of cold air blowing directly on my face, and that calmed my stomach a bit, but the rocking didn't stop. Before I could say or mumble anything, I started throwing up. The car stopped, and the next thing I knew, I was dragged onto the ground by a pair of hands. I lay on my stomach, heaving and retching on the ground, and realized I was looking into pure darkness. I smelled dead leaves, I smelled soil, I smelled grass. The night air was cool and welcoming, and I was no longer rocking, so I felt better. Suddenly, I was jerked to my feet and pulled to the back of the car. The boot opened and I climbed in and laid down. The car then took off again, rocking and bumping. I had so much saliva drooling out of my mouth. I was sick again, but nothing else came out except for the sick, sweet aftertaste of that pop at the back of my throat. Sometime later, I woke up and slowly pulled myself up and peered over the back seat. We were driving along a dark lane lined with trees. Pitch black. As I rested my head on the back of the seat while dry heaving, I tried to focus and work out where we were. All of a sudden, I see a row of lights behind a row of trees to my left. They suddenly disappear, but give my muddled mind enough time to think, why are we driving in a ditch? After some more driving, the car swings into a little lane to our left and comes to a halt, and the headlights and engine are switched off. The front door opens and slams. I lie there trying to open my eyes and focus, but I'm so dizzy. I feel like my eyes are whipping from side to side, so I keep them closed. I tell myself not to fall asleep again as I struggle to get my mind and my body to cooperate with my will. It's like I'm trying to will myself to sober up. Another me is sober, but my mind and body have not yet caught up. I slide over the back seat and I lie down on the floor immediately behind the driver's seat. There is a metal bar that runs across the back of the front seat of the car, but with enough crawl space underneath. I press my face to it. It's cool and welcoming. I wait for the driver to open any of the car doors. I have no idea where he is. I fall asleep again. I slowly wake up again to the smell of cigarette smoke. I know he's near, but I don't know where. Suddenly, the boot opens. I'm not a petite female by any means. I'm 5'8", 85 kilograms in weight. Somehow, I crawl, slither into the front seats. The next door that opens is the back door, and that slams shut too. I slip my legs back under the bar and slither back onto the floor behind the driver's seat again, just as the front door opens. I can't open my eyes or lift my head, because if I do, everything will start spinning, and I'll need to throw up again. Suddenly, the driver's door opens, and I hear the sound of a metal baseball bat getting pulled out from somewhere near my head, and the door slamming shut. The driver's door opens again, and music starts blaring very loudly from inside the car. Suddenly, the body of the car starts getting whacked loudly by the baseball bat. There are loud thumps around the car, and they keep going around and around the car. They stop. After a while, the driver's door opens and the music stops. My ears are ringing. I realize the driver's door has not closed again, nor has the car sunk with the weight of someone getting into the car. Suddenly, the boot opens again. I somehow slither back into the front, but this time, I slide halfway out the driver's door, which is still open. As I slowly slide under the car, I hear the back door on the passenger side open. I slide under the car, out of breath, breathing in dirt, dust, and soil. I swallow some. I'm stuck between two wheels, under a car, eating dirt, dizzy as hell. Once again, I have to remind myself to stay awake. I slowly pull myself forward. My arms hurt. My face is being dragged through the dirt, and I realize I have somehow lost my shoes. I want to stay under the car forever and just sleep. But the other me keeps yelling for my body and my mind to match my will. So I keep sliding forward. As I get to the front, I get stuck. There's no more space. As I stretch my arms forward, the car engine starts. I hear the driver door slam. I suddenly have this burst of energy where I scurry and slither to the right and come out near the front passenger door. I keep slithering forward and find the earth in front of me giving way to nothing. I keep moving forward and slide into a ditch hole. I slide forward. I feel the earth get harder and start to rise again. So I slide back in the ditch. The car is still there, and the music comes on again. I hear whacks on the side of the car. I hear whacks on the ground. I hear the baseball bat thrown to the ground. Suddenly, I hear my phone ring. I hear him mutter in a language I don't understand. I hear him whack something hard with the baseball bat. It makes a pinging sound. My phone stops ringing. I hear him grunting and stomping, and I hear him whacking things. Suddenly, the vehicle revs its engine, the door slams, and it moves. It reverses and goes away. I peer over the dirt back to where I came from, and I can't see anything. I can't focus on anything. My eyes are still swinging wildly. I close them again. I realize I need to move along the ditch to the left, as that's where I saw a row of lights. I still hear the music. Even though far, it's not going anywhere. It's still playing in the distance somewhere. I start dry heaving again. My mouth is dry, tastes terrible. My breath stinks. I get up to walk. I fall down. I'm facing my left before the hard, pebbly rise of the ditch is on my right now. I touch it, support myself. I focus on the feel of the pebbles as I walk towards the row of lights. Suddenly, the music is back, loud. I sit down and I lean my back against the hard feel of pebbles and open my eyes and focus on the lights coming towards me. But they move past from my right to my left. I watch it swing in behind a thin row of shrubs on my left. I hear him get out, whack his way towards where I am. I throw myself back into the dirt. The whacking stops. The door slams. The music goes back to where it came from. I keep moving along the ditch, the rise to my right, and the music constantly keeps moving back and forth on my left. I eventually can walk without being pulled to my left and falling over. My eyes are finally staying open longer. My mind starts telling me that it's safer for me with this person I know than me heading towards some unknown. I don't know how many times I believed he was looking for me to take me home, to save me. I was just too exhausted to walk towards the music and the light, so I just kept stumbling along. Suddenly, the music left and left for good. The sky was becoming gray. I started shivering. I sat down, shivering, and fell asleep. I woke up cold, wet, and could see. I looked around and realized I was in a field or forest with trees and shrubs and a dirt road that ran along where I was facing. I slowly got up and started shivering again, and I started to climb the rise. It got slippery as the pebbles slipped under my feet. Suddenly, I felt fear, deep fear. I panicked and clambered, screaming and crying up the slope. I got to the top and realized I was on train tracks. I quickly crossed over and went down the other side. I was so scared, so scared of being found and picked up by this person again. I kept walking. How long? I don't know. All the while, my mind would jump between listening with paranoia to my surroundings, then trying to recall every little detail of the night. I realized my handbag, car keys, details of where I lived, everything were most likely in his car. All I knew of him was his name, Francis. My mind went blank. I just walked, penniless, without ID and shoes, and guess what? Stinking of piss and shit. Suddenly, in front of me was a collection of houses. I waited in the bushes for some time, scared shitless of all people, sure that they would hand me back to the person who did this to me. It took me a while to approach this lady who did not ask questions, but allowed me to call my sister to come pick me up. She allowed me to wash my face and wait in her house until my sister arrived. She never asked anything. I was thirsty as hell, but water just tasted horrible. My sister arrived, pissed as fuck. She wanted to know what happened. She wanted me to go to the police. I told her I was exhausted. She told me I stank. She asked about my car. I lied, said that it had been stolen, purse and all. I could hardly speak. I asked if I could sleep at her house. I had a shower. I drank a cold beer in 3 gulps. No idea why I wanted a beer. And I went to bed. I woke up that night, called my mother, told her I wouldn't be visiting anymore. I felt terrible, emotionally, physically. I felt so hungover and exhausted. I slept for 3 days. My sister kept asking what happened until she gave up. We never really speak of that time. I don't think we ever will. I picked up my car from the hospital car park a month later. No parking fees, thank goodness. I filed a police report, but other than that, I never told anyone. My best friend and her husband moved me out of my place and back in with my mom a week later. I resigned from my job. This happened in 1993, and this is the first time that I've spoken of it. I still feel fear, but not as bad. It's when I ask myself, what if? That's when I go numb. Hey again. I don't think I mentioned my name last time. It's Trent, but I'm the guy who had a demon follow me to my dad's house on Christmas break. I left school, stopped at the cemetery to visit my mom, and next thing I know, there's a demon in our house. It continued haunting us through the holiday, and I didn't go back to school because I couldn't stand the thought of leaving my dad alone with that thing. Obviously, he wasn't going to let me quit college over something like that, so I did return, and the demon came with me. I'm glad I didn't leave the burden on my dad, but the weeks since returning to school have been insane. My roommate, I'll call him Nick, was already back, and we spent the first night just catching up and playing Call of Duty. Sometime just after midnight, he commented that it suddenly got cold. Only a few seconds later, he changed his mind and said that he must have imagined it. We had the heater going, and he was sitting closer to it. So I immediately thought of the demon, but didn't say anything. We both smelled something rotten a little bit later, but it faded fast. We spent most of the next day out with friends, but that night, I woke up at 3 a.m., freezing, with a dark mass leaning over me. I tried to scream, but a shadow hand reached out and covered my face. I couldn't move, breathe, or make any noise at all. My lungs began burning, and I think I eventually passed out from the lack of oxygen. When I woke up in the morning, I was covered in sweat and had red marks on my face. I didn't want to discuss it, so I said that I must have scratched myself in my sleep. Then, Nick said that was wild because he dreamed a shadow man came into our room and tried to smother me. He wanted to help, but he was paralyzed, and that made him realize he was dreaming. So he went back to sleep while I was being suffocated. I'm not blaming him, just stating the facts. I couldn't admit everything that happened at my dad's house until the following weekend when things got even worse. Saturday morning, we woke up to the sound of a blackbird slamming into our window. I got up to look outside and it was lying dead on the ground. It happened 5 more times over the course of the day. The smell also began appearing more often, and we were both having awful nightmares several times a week. Finally, I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. Nick was more accepting than I expected, but by then he was ready to accept almost any explanation. The next day, he invited a girl over from one of our classes because she said she was psychic. I've never believed in that sort of thing, but like him, I'm open to just about anything at this point. She came over later that night and said that she felt a dark presence the moment she came through the door. After walking around for a few minutes, she asked where I might have made contact with the entity. Once I told her it was at the cemetery, she asked if I did anything disrespectful while I was there and listed a few examples, one of which was urinating. Apparently, it doesn't matter that I stepped away from the graves, at least not as far as this demon is concerned. Next, the psychic girl wanted to know about my dreams, so I told her, and she asked if the entity possessed me in any of them. When I said no, she was really relieved, and she said that there might still be time to do a cleansing. It's not like I knew of anything else to try, so I agreed, and she brought 2 friends over the following day. They did some kind of ritual with a bunch of candles, herbs, and chanting, but I didn't feel different during or after, except for how bad the smoke irritated my sinuses. A week later, I had the worst nightmare yet, where the demon was on my ceiling, directly above me, and dropped down onto my chest. It was so heavy, I couldn't breathe at all. It felt like my ribs were going to snap like toothpicks. Meanwhile, the activity around our dorm also started getting worse. Nick had to build a model bridge for a big test grade, but it fell off the desk during the night and an entire section collapsed the same day it was due. The psychic girl talked to some more people that she knows, and now they're coming over this weekend to try something else. She said if they could learn the demon's name, they would be able to banish it, or, short of that, they could try something to trap it in a bottle or box. It all sounds pretty insane to me, but there's genuinely nothing I won't try at this point. I constantly feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't eat, I can't sleep or study. My grades are suffering. I'm always paranoid and on edge. I'm at my absolute limit. If anyone knows anything else I can try, please comment below. I truly can't keep living like this. I can't. I'm a 29-year-old female in northern Louisiana. My husband and I just moved out here with our son after my brother died 2 months ago. He didn't have any kind of will, so everything automatically just came to me. And since we were living in a cramped, slummy apartment, we decided to move. My brother overdosed, collapsed in the hallway, but we've always been skeptics, so the possibility of a haunting wasn't even on our radar. I was barely holding it together in general. I can't stress how much that kind of stuff never remotely occurred to us, even after things started happening. It still took a long time for our minds to go there. We were so busy the first week that we dismissed a lot of strange noises as animals living in the walls. The house is in a heavily wooded rural area, so it seemed like an obvious answer. It was only after we finished getting everything unpacked that Nolan, my husband, started paying attention to the noises. Once he pointed it out, I agreed it sounded strange, like something big is clawing at the actual wall. Any insulation between it and the animal is gone. There's more than just a squirrel or rodent running around in the crawl spaces. This is more like a huge raccoon got really pissed off and started tearing away into the home. We didn't know what to do. Our son is only 3. We didn't want to risk a possibly rabid animal getting inside, and I didn't want Nolan anywhere near it either, so we called animal control. After their second visit, they said the only thing they found was a family of squirrels, which were safely relocated. But we insisted that there had to be more. We showed them a video of a particularly intense scratching incident. It convinced them to check again, and larger traps were placed, but nothing else was captured. It got to the point that animal control recommended that we call the police in case we had a squatter. We were immediately freaked out. I'd seen body cam footage of that shit on YouTube, so we called the cops. They checked everywhere, but there was no trash or makeshift bedding like they'd usually find in those circumstances. If not for the video, I don't think they would have believed us, but they agreed the noise was concerning and asked us to call them the next time it happened. Nolan didn't tell me until later, but they were worried someone was coming in and out purely for the sake of scaring us. We heard it the next night, and the same officers returned, but it stopped less than a minute before they arrived. They searched everywhere, but still came up empty-handed. The officers were kind enough to stay for an extra 20 minutes, just in case it started again, but no such luck. During that time, we shared our whole story of why we moved here, and the police suggested it could be my brother's ghost. That was the last time we involved authorities, not because we were offended, but we were starting to think the same thing ourselves. The police being involved was all we had left grounding us to reality. It made it real, tangible, but after hearing them say it too, that was hard. It took close to a month for those events to play out, but that wasn't the only thing going on during that period. Our son never had a problem sleeping in his own room until we moved here. At first, we blamed the combination of animal noises on top of being in a new place. We let him stay in our room while he adjusted, but we were equally unsuccessful on this front. If the noises happened during the day, we would take Grayson to it and explain exactly how animals sometimes crawl into people's homes to build their nests. Then I found several YouTube videos of cute, fluffy raccoons being safely relocated. If anything, it worked too well. Grayson was not only no longer afraid, he was adamant that we needed to adopt the raccoons. Since he was no longer afraid of the noises, we thought that he would return to his room. But then he told a horrifying story about a man coming in and sleeping next to him. I almost fainted until he added that the man had a purple face, puffy blue lips, and a chin covered in whipped cream, like a cartoon character. We thought it must be imaginary and assumed everything traced back to the new environment. We should have explained the noises sooner. By this point, animal control had set the first traps, so we were thinking that it would be over any day now. Clearly, that wasn't the case, and things with the purple man continued to progress. Grayson began having nightmares that would keep us awake. So Nolan and I began taking turns sleeping in our son's room, starting with my husband, since he had to work the next morning. At breakfast, I asked how he slept, expecting the answer to be positive, but he said the noises were even louder in the back, to the point that it freaked him out a little bit. I had the same experience on my first night, but then things were quiet for a day or two. Then, on one of Nolan's turns, he randomly got in bed with us around 2 a.m. He tried not to wake me, but he was shaking like a leaf. I assumed that he must have been cold and went back to sleep. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and Nolan was still awake. He followed me into the kitchen while I made breakfast and said that he felt like he was losing his mind. The scratching had woken him up again, and he rolled over to grab his water from the nightstand. When his eyes opened, he was facing the hallway through the open door, and a man that looked like my brother walked by. Nolan jumped out of bed, chased after him, but he couldn't find any trace of the guy. He had gone out right behind him, but no one was there. I didn't know how he didn't wake up during all of this, but he peeked in on us before checking every room, but nothing was out of place. Then, when he finally got into bed, he couldn't stop listening for footsteps. At first, I thought he dreamed the whole thing, and it just scared him so badly that he woke up and thought it was all one event. But this was also the same day that Animal Control had advised speaking with the police, so we were extra freaked out by their suggestion. I admittedly panicked pretty hard at first, but after the police did their search, I began to look at everything from a calmer perspective. It just seemed too unlikely that we would happen to get some kind of invisible ninja squatter. So I stuck to my original theories and stayed in the other room as planned. As expected, the scratching noise eventually woke me up, so I looked around but saw nothing and no one. I quickly fell back asleep, and even with that one interruption, it was the most sleep I'd gotten since this all started. The next night, however, is what did me in. When the scratching noise came, I just laid there waiting for it to stop, and it did. But then someone sat at the foot of the bed, and my heart stopped. When I opened my eyes, the weight vanished, but it didn't feel like anyone stood up. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. I almost retreated into the master bedroom, but the longer I was awake, the more I began to doubt myself. Obviously, no one could have sat on the bed and vanished into thin air, so I calmed down enough to fall back asleep, and that's when I had an incredibly vivid dream of my brother standing over me during the night. He didn't look normal. He was dead. His face was almost purple. His lips were blue. And there was something off-white, kind of like vomit, around his mouth and down his chin. Suddenly, that description didn't sound like a cartoon anymore. I told a friend what was going on, and she fully believes my brother is haunting us. But I don't want to believe that. Not because I'm a skeptic, but because I can't cope with the fact that my brother could be trapped in that state for, what, ever? I don't even know how that's supposed to work. It was right after this that we had our final chat with the police, and why their ghost joke made us so uneasy. Unfortunately, my son never got to meet his uncle, but I set out a handful of pictures in front of Grayson, and I asked, do any of them resemble the scary man? I was even more freaked out when he picked up the picture of my brother. So I started researching spirits and hauntings like crazy. We tried different cleansings and simple rituals, but things only seemed to stay the same or get worse. Not long after this, Grayson was taking a nap on the couch while I cleaned the kitchen, and he suddenly started crying, loud, like he was hurt. I ran into the living room and scooped him up just as he was running out. I saw the scratches immediately, 2 red welts spreading across his neck. That's when I knew this thing wasn't my brother. It was both a relief and extra terrifying all at once. We still don't know what it is, and we don't really care now that Grayson is with Nolan's mother until we can leave. It hurts me to sell the house and the land, but I know my brother will always be a part of us. We don't need a place to be close to him. And I know he would want what's best for his nephew. We've talked to a real estate agent and everything is ready to go, but we can't afford to move until we have a buyer, so we're just trying to hang in there. If anyone has any tips on how to survive in the meantime, all advice is much appreciated. It doesn't bother us as much as it did Grayson, but I've woken up with scratches on my back, and Nolan has seen the guy in broad daylight on 3 separate occasions now. So thanks to TikTok's Kia challenge, almost everyone knows exactly how easy it is to steal my car. If you're one of those few who still hasn't seen it, like I was, then allow me to enlighten you. These dicks figured out a way that you can start the engine with a frickin' USB plug. All you gotta do is rip off the plastic thing under the wheel and rip out the part that you put your key inside of. Then a USB port fits perfectly in place of a key. God, I still can't believe this shit. I used to own a 2015 model, but I lived in a rural area outside of a small town until January 17th, when I moved to the suburbs of a bigger city. Just 2 days later, my car was stolen on Friday night. Well, it was around 1 a.m., so technically Saturday, but whatever. That morning, I showered, ate, and all that good stuff before I planned to spend the weekend settling into my new place. Aside from stocking the kitchen, it's a bigger house than my old one, so I wanted to get a few new things to fill in the empty spaces. Except when I got outside, my car was gone. Since my new refrigerator came the day before, I had parked on the curb to let the delivery truck pull into the driveway, and I never moved it back. I doubt that it would have prevented the theft, but at least my Ring doorbell would have gotten a better shot of the assholes that took it. All mine caught was a tall person dressed in black, but the neighbors were kind enough to share theirs, too. The collective footage reveals another Kia pulling up behind mine, but none of the driver's features are discernible through the tinted window. From the time they pull up to the moment they drove off, it only took a few seconds. That's when the police explained how simple it was. They also said that the cars are sometimes found in hours, sometimes in days or weeks. Sometimes it's never. I spent most of the first day reading stories from other Kia owners, including one lady who lost her car the day before she moved. I can't even imagine how much that must have sucked. Of the people who actually got their cars back, many reported that it was stolen by teens going for a joyride. In some cases, the kids actually recorded their crime. Unfortunately, the majority of those ended their video by crashing, some on purpose, some by accident. But, out of the ones I read at least, those were usually solved within the same day or the next. Then there were the stories where cars were stolen specifically to commit other crimes. Those got pretty scary. They weren't all gas station and liquor store robberies. Some were straight-up kidnappings and murders. One guy said they used his car to trick his girlfriend into coming outside when they tried to abduct her. Thank goodness she was able to get back inside and call the police. Another guy's car was stolen from a parking garage and found weeks later with a dead body in the trunk, while others have been covered in blood and all kinds of fluid. I knew when reading those that, yeah, this feels more like my luck, but I was still hoping for joyriders. If I was really lucky, they would get pulled over before wrecking and everything would be fine. But yeah, that didn't happen. Yesterday, just over a week after being stolen, my Kia was found. Rather than trying to convey this in the same choppy order I learned it, I'm just going to tell you what actually happened. Again, this is a late Friday night, early Saturday morning situation. Only this time it's out in the middle of nowhere, on some random back roads. A couple in a large Chevy were on their way home when a Kia came speeding around a curve, almost hitting them. Both drivers swerved to avoid a collision, which sent my car careening off-road where it flipped and rolled down a small embankment. The truck's driver pulled over safely and rushed to the embankment while his wife called for help. Upon shining his light over the edge, he saw that the passenger was already pulling the driver out of the wreckage. The man from the Chevy held out his flashlight while the two Kia boys climbed up the embankment. Back at the couple's truck, the wife was still on the phone with 911, and the man who'd been driving the Kia asked if he could speak to the operator. Only, once he got the phone, he hung up and pulled out a gun. The passenger had one as well, and they fled in the Chevy. Had the wife not already called for help, they would have probably been stranded overnight or worse. I'm so grateful that they weren't hurt as well. When police arrived, they searched the wreckage and found plenty of blood, both new and old. While some clearly came from the crash, the older stains in the trunk and the back seat, they belonged to someone else. Someone who probably isn't alive anymore, judging by the quantity. They also found broken liquor bottles, drug paraphernalia, a leather bodysuit, a bag of adult toys, a blow-up doll that had been buckled into the back seat like a real person. It had popped during the crash, but the strangest part about that one was that someone had blacked out the eyes and colored SpongeBob squirt pants on the waist. They didn't just half-ass it either. It was done with a Sharpie and drawn in big, fancy bubble letters, like the actual cartoon. I don't care what the hell people do in or with their own property, but seriously, what the hell? At this point, I'm glad I won't be getting the car back. Even if it wasn't totaled, it would be evidence now anyway. The suspects were described as likely being in their 20s, and the police are still searching the area. But that's all the information that I've been made privy to. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. The officer who gave me this information, he had to ask if any of the items were mine. They weren't, and I understand he had to be sure, but having a 50-something-year-old man explain there's nothing wrong with assisted self-pleasure was a special kind of awkward, one that I never anticipated experiencing. That was the real horror in all of this. Well, thanks for letting me vent. I'm not sure what kind of car I'll get next, but I'm positive it won't be a Kia. I'm 23 and I've lived in Montreal for the last 2 years. Overall, I love it here and will likely stay after graduation even. However, I wanted to share a creepy story, something I got myself into last year. I was really curious about the dark web. I wanted to know what it was all about. I'd seen my friends search it before, but I was curious. So, I went on YouTube to find a tutorial on how to access the dark web using an Android. I was pretty excited, genuinely curious, even though I didn't really know what I was getting myself into at all. I tried to prepare myself by covering my phone camera with tape, something I saw online. I went to my room, locked the door, and then I opened the 4chan page that I'd found with several dark web links. And at first, everything seemed fine. I started exploring some normal chat sites, just observing without actually chatting myself. As I gained a little confidence as to how these sites worked, I decided to open this creepy, anonymous confession site. Let me tell you, my faith in humanity, whatever it remained, it completely vanished after reading some of those confessions. People were confessing to killing their own family members, their neighbors. Some even admitted to failed attempts at murder and expressed their regret. People encouraged these individuals to, quote, keep going, and to, quote, never give up. I mean, murderers helping murderers, really. Pages of disturbing comments about enjoying the suffering of others, in graphic descriptions that I won't repeat here, but can never unsee. There were more mentally disturbed individuals commenting on how stupid people are just for loving someone and not doing bad things to them. Of course, there's no way to tell if any of this is real, but there's only so much one can fake. These people, whether guilty of their crimes or not, were sick, spending hours writing these manifestos of disturbing thoughts and behaviors. I wanted to move on from this, but at the same time, I wanted to know more, so this is on me. I went ahead and opened some cryptic community chat links, ones titled things like serious inquiries only or things that had acronyms I didn't understand. Most of these took me to things that looked like online marketplaces for drugs, guns, or other illegal weapons, some bootleg designer products, etc. There were tons of people buying and selling, trading crypto. I had no intention of making any purchases or anything like that, so honestly, it was getting boring. I clicked out immediately, and suddenly something popped up on my phone. Another website. Already feeling sickened. It only got worse when this new site opened to what appeared to be a site selling things made out of human skin and organs. The prices were outrageous, and it made me want to vomit. So I decided to stop and close out of everything. I deleted the browsing app. Tried to forget about what I'd seen by listening to my playlist to fall asleep. But sleep eluded me for almost 2 straight days. Everything felt horrible and ugly. It was a terrifying experience that, honestly, I wish I could take back. About a week after, things started to go back to normal. And then I was using WhatsApp to text my friends. I received a notification. It was a message from an unknown international number. I felt a little tense. I didn't have any friends from abroad, so I suspected it might be a scam. I ignored the message, but the next day, I received another text from the same number. It said, "You can't ignore me. I'm still here. Always here. You can't run away." At this point, I was convinced that things had gotten a little out of hand and that it was probably my visit to the dark web. I started to believe that I was possibly in danger. Without wasting any time, I blocked the number and confided in my close friends about what had happened. One of my friends told me that the same thing had happened to his cousin after he surfed the dark web. He blocked the numbers, but soon started receiving creepy and threatening calls. He literally had to change his number to get his life back to normal. So there I was, basically scared to death and feeling like such an idiot for even being curious. I didn't know whether to tell my mom or dad about what had happened. I thought it was best to try to handle it on my own. But the next day, I received another text from a different unknown international number on WhatsApp. This time the person was threatening me, using my real name and even the things that I'd been searching for on my phone's browser. They knew my school. They knew details I'll never feel comfortable with. This time, I blocked the number and reported it as spam. I deleted WhatsApp entirely and deactivated all of my social media accounts. Then, I showed the first text to my dad. He has a friend who works for the company that provides my SIM card. After my dad saw the weird texts, he gave the number to his friend to see if he could figure anything out. A few weeks after, I finally decided to get back online. I received another text message from an unknown number. Again, they were threatening me, increasing the amount of money that they wanted before they destroyed my life. I didn't know what they had planned, but I wasn't giving in. I did the blocking, and I had another mental breakdown with my parents over the phone. Luckily, my dad's friend was able to help me get a new number, a new phone, and since then, nothing has happened. I made a promise to myself and to my family that I would never go back to the dark web or get involved in shady activities. Even if someone offers me money to surf the dark web, I won't do it. My life is too important to risk that kind of horror. Some people may think this story is fake, but I assure you, it's 100% true. But I don't encourage you to try it yourself. I have no reason to lie about such a creepy, random thing. I don't really care if anyone believes me. I'm just sharing my experience, and hopefully it helps. That's it. Thanks for reading. Several years ago, my computer and webcam were hacked. I'm not great with technology or malicious malware for that matter, so I don't quite understand how they did it, but I know how it happened. It was late 2005. I'm in a chat room, a music chat with a bunch of locals talking to each other about random music. I was chatting about the White Stripes show that I'd gone to with this guy that I'd met in the chat. After a bit of back and forth, we sent each other an individual message. We were talking for a while, and then he sent me a message with a link. He said it was, quote unquote, one of the best Stripes covers he'd ever heard. So I clicked the link. It didn't work, but I just thought that it was because my computer wasn't compatible with whatever was needed to play the video. We continued our conversation, and a few minutes later, he asked me how much the posters on my wall cost. I froze. I did have posters on my wall at the time, but so do a lot of people. There was no way that he could know that for sure, right? He was just messing with me. What do you mean? I asked. The Radiohead poster. That one's really cool. Where'd you get that from? Came the reply. I was horrified. I for sure had a Radiohead poster on my wall, directly behind me. There was no way that he could have worked out that I was into Radiohead, not based on our conversation in the chat. We hadn't even mentioned more than a couple of bands. I was adamant in convincing myself that this individual was simply fortunate in making accurate guesses. But it also crossed my mind that he could be a close friend in real life who was playing a prank on me. So I typed back, "Don't know what you mean, man. The only poster I've got is a Resident Evil one." I didn't really have one, but I wanted him to accept that he was unsuccessful in trying to scare me. He responded, "Huh, really? Weird. I see the Radiohead poster, and I can see what looks like a Modest Mouse poster, but I don't see Resident Evil." I was stunned. He was totally right. I had both of those posters behind me. This had to be one of my friends. I was pretty sure that it was my friend Jesse. He's the only one that would do this kind of thing, pranks and stuff like that. He knew that I would go into this chat sometimes. Plus, he'd been to my place more than a few times, so he would definitely know what my room looked like. I called Jesse. It went straight to voicemail. I began leaving a voicemail telling him that I knew it was him when I saw that this guy was typing in the chat. I saw 3 words. "I'm not Jesse." This was insane. It was honestly horrifying. He had access to my webcam and my microphone. I was shocked. I basically threw myself on the floor and dove to the outlet where everything was plugged in. I was carelessly ripping out every plug there was, computer, charger, whatever. The computer had turned off. I dashed into my room, threw my duvet cover over the computer after unplugging the microphone. I dashed to the corner of my room and I just huddled there, completely unsure what the fuck to do next. What I came to realize, or I guess became paranoid about, was if he was able to get my webcam, my microphone so easily, did that mean that he could somehow get a GPS on where my computer was, therefore exactly where I lived in the city? It was all overwhelming, and maybe it was me overreacting, but at the time, I was terrified. I then got up, dashed to every window, locked it, double-locked the front door, even went as far as putting heavy things in front of the front door. Eventually, I phoned one of my friends and asked if I could stay at their house. They agreed. As I hung up, I felt a little better, but I knew I needed to call my uncle, who was really good with computers. He would know what to do. He arranged for my computer to be debugged the next day. He assured me that the guy couldn't find out exactly where I lived, that I wasn't in any danger. I didn't press him on how he knew this or why I should believe it. I just accepted it, because anything else was honestly too terrifying to think about. But, he was right. I ended up being perfectly fine. My computer was repaired. I stayed at my friend's house for a couple of days before reluctantly going home, looking over my shoulder constantly, of course. The shop had put this privacy thing over my webcam, but I was honestly still so paranoid that it itself was some sort of device. I removed it. I just went with good old-fashioned tape. It was a good lesson on online safety. It's stuff that's just known now, obviously, but for anyone who doesn't know, don't click strange links or links from people you don't know. You never know what their intentions are. There I was, sitting in a strange house I'd never seen before, sitting awfully close to a guy whose name I was sure I didn't know, trying to figure out how to read the word Player 2 at the top of the Battleship game on this stranger's phone. Now let's rewind an hour and also provide some backstory. I live in Southern California, but had traveled to Connecticut with my boyfriend for his close friend's wedding. The last night that we were in town, we decided to drive to Massachusetts, a state I had never been, to visit another good friend of his. Everything was going well that evening. Good food, good people, good conversation. Sometime late in the night, after most people had left and gone to bed, I'd quickly jumped back into a big comfy chair, completely forgetting that said chair was sitting right beneath a wooden staircase banister, at perfect back of the noggin level. While animatedly jumping into my seat, I also apparently very animatedly slammed the back of my skull into said wooden overhang. My boyfriend freaked out, jumped up, grabbed my head while his friend sat across from me, with the most stunned look on his face, yelling, "Are you okay?" Now, it's important to note that I have an incurable disease that causes chronic severe pain, so my pain tolerance is pretty high. I thought they were being dramatic, and I brushed them off. After all, I wasn't really in any pain, and the only thing startling was the sound of my hard skull making contact with the hard wood. I assure the guys I'm fine, and we continue on in our conversation about virtual reality and the potential future for virtual reality, and I forget all about my little bump. Now, at this point, I've been traveling for a week. I'm exhausted, and it's late at night, so things often get fuzzy for me when that happens. During the course of our conversation, I remember having some really good arguments in regards to the possibilities of future AI reality. In the beginning of the conversation, I was really getting my point across to the guys. But at some time during the course of an hour, I began having trouble expressing my thoughts. And our friend even pointed out that he thought that I was confused about what I was explaining at one point. Okay, no big deal. It's super late and I should probably be getting to bed anyway. Our friend sees himself to bed, so now it's just my boyfriend and myself hanging out. Let's go to bed. I'm really, really tired and out of it, I say to my boyfriend. How about we play a game of Battleship on my phone first, he says while looking at me slightly leery. I was really exhausted and knew that we had a plane to catch the next day, but Battleship was a special thing between us, and I couldn't really say no to one game, could I? So we're playing Battleship, and I'm winning. What? I never win this game. The screen switches seamlessly at the top from player 1 to player 2. I begin having trouble remembering which player I was. Oh, right, I'm player 2, I thought to myself. Man, I'm really tired and out of it. As the game goes on, I realize I'm having trouble really reading the word player 2, but again, I brush it off. Then, I won the game. Oh my God, I won! I won! I never win! I scream in excitement at the guy sitting next to me. Wait, the guy sitting next to me. Who is this guy sitting next to me? He looks familiar, but I just can't remember his name or place where I know him from. Wait, this house doesn't seem familiar either. Okay, that's okay. We must be on a first date at his house. Just play it cool, and if you don't remember his name in a minute, just politely ask him to tell you again. It's just not coming to me. I turn, smile sweetly, and say, I'm very sorry, but I can't really remember your name. You know when people say the color drained from someone's face? Well, the color drained from his face, and a look of shock and confusion replaced it. This is a joke, right? You're kidding me right now, he desperately asked. You know my name. I'm your boyfriend, Glenn. So there I sit, fairly calmly and quietly, while trying to remember his name was Glenn, and he was my boyfriend. While assuring him I was fine and just out of it and joking. I was just out of it and joking, right? Right? Just then he gets a call and leaves the room for a minute. I hear him on the phone, and I'm sitting on the couch and just trying desperately to remember whose house I'm in. What was that guy's name again? I already forgot. Did he drug me? This must be a first date and he drugged me. Okay, play it cool and you'll find a way to get out of here and you'll be safe, I think to myself, starting to panic a bit. Just then, he walks back into the room. I look at him and realize he's a total stranger. He looks back at me with a worried look, still on the phone, and rushes over to the couch to sit next to me. I'm so sorry. I really can't remember your name, I say again. The fear returns to his face. Well, what's your name? He asked me. My name? What is my name? Aaron. You're Aaron. Aaron Ramona, he says, more than a little upset. Where are we right now? He continues. Okay, yes, I have definitely been drugged. Who is this guy I'm with? What house am I in? How did I get here? He's holding my hand when I look up and feel that ever-familiar burn of tears filling my eyes while I gulp in a panicked breath and finally admit out loud. Again, I'm so sorry, but I think something is really, really wrong. Okay, full-blown panic mode. I said it calmly, but my shaking hand in his has definitely betrayed my calm exterior. Babe, you hit your head, and I think we need to take you right to the hospital. Now, remember how before this, when I hit my head, we were in the midst of a very deep conversation on virtual reality? Oh my God, I knew what was wrong. I was in a virtual reality simulation, and I've completely gone off my rocker. I'm having a psychotic break, and that's why I don't remember who I am. Okay, it's okay. You can cry and shake a little, but don't tell this strange guy you're with that you're having a mental breakdown. That's not a good idea. Just play it cool and play it off and do some breathing exercises because you're really losing your mind. The brain does funny things when it's injured and swollen tight, pressing hard against your skull. After asking Glenn the same round of questions 5 times in a row where I could only tell you my name because he had told me, and he didn't tell me my middle name, so who knew what that was? He decided to wake up his friends, who I also did not recognize. who also answered my same round of questioning and some way, somehow, convinced me to go to the hospital with only slight resistance. Again, I was convinced I was having a nervous breakdown, and I didn't want to embarrass myself at the hospital for a silly little anxiety attack. But okay, fine, I'll go. So they helped me get dressed, put on my shoes, and into the car we go. Oh shit, I'm being kidnapped. Stay calm. We arrive at the hospital. I still don't know who I am or where I am, or really even who this guy is. He seemed trustworthy, and I thought I knew him, but I still couldn't place him. Oh no, he's crying. He's hurt. I'm crying. What's happening? Forgetting the entire situation all over again, I drew the conclusion that something was wrong with him and that we were at the hospital to get help for him. Why was no one helping him? Silly me. Ouch. Oh my God. My head is throbbing, I think, as I'm sitting in the waiting room, watching this strange guy fill paperwork out, still trying to wrap my head around, well, everything. And here's this guy, who I'm sure I know, but I can't really figure it out. Red-eyed, filled with fear, tears streaming down his face, just holding my hand and telling me it's going to be all right. Okay, so maybe he didn't drug me. Maybe I am safe. Please keep holding my hand and don't let go, I cry to him. I don't know you or know what's happening, but your hand is the only thing that makes me feel safe right now. I'm not leaving your side, Aaron. I'm not leaving your side ever. I'll take care of you. He says so compassionately and sincerely, with the tears streaming and the worry still written all over his face. A few brain scans and several very confused hours later, in a very terrible, incompetent hospital with what may have been some small repeated seizures, a constant cycle of fear and questions of who are you, where am I, and I think something is really, really wrong, and many, many hours, I was starting to somewhat consistently remember that my name was Aaron. I was 34. I was on vacation in Massachusetts when I hit my head, sustaining a severe concussion and subsequently losing all my memory. Both my mother and my boyfriend have lived through very, very severe, life-threatening brain bleeds. My boyfriend's requiring a craniotomy, so when I hit my head and slowly lost all memory, my boyfriend feared the worst and was worried that I had a brain bleed and could be having a stroke. I can't even imagine the fear and pain that he was experiencing, watching the girl he loved forget everything she knew. I learned a few things that day and the days following as I started to regain my memory. 1. Brain injuries are hard, really hard. Losing all memory of your entire life is even harder. And the headaches? Oh Lord, the headaches. The dizziness, the blurred vision in my right eye from all the pressure, the weakness in my knees that wouldn't let me stand, and the nausea. Holy moly, recovering from a brain injury is hard. Remembering your life all over again is kind of cool, though. Wait, I drive my dream truck? Are these super cool tie-dye vans mine? I have long hair. Oh my God, I have beautiful long hair. Seeing yourself in a mirror after you lose your memory is a very, very weird experience. Flying on a plane 3 days post-severe concussion is a very painful, hard, dizzying experience, made even worse by the fact that I couldn't sleep on the plane, wasn't allowed to read books or play on my phone. Basically, I just had to sit and wait it out, feeling like I was going to barf the entire contents of my stomach on the plane, and also faint simultaneously. Sustaining a brain injury while 3,000 miles away from home with a guy that you've only dated for a few months, who doesn't leave your side for a second, takes care of you for days on end, bringing you endless glasses of icy, icy water, my favorite, holding your hand pretty much every second of the day to keep you somewhat grounded in reality, rubbing your back while you're crying and your body shakes uncontrollably. That That, my friends, is love. And that man is what you'd call a keeper. Nothing like a serious medical scare to solidify a newish relationship. Several months and unfortunately several hospital visits later, I'm still in love with this guy more than ever, and I know that I'm so very lucky to have him in my life. I know this isn't a traditional scary story, but this was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. When I was a teenager, my family moved into a large Victorian-style house in Beaver, Pennsylvania. If you've never heard of it, I'm not surprised. Quaint little historical township with a population of less than 5,000. Our family moved there specifically for my mom's work with the Beaver Area Heritage Foundation. At the time, it was one of the few jobs where she could build her own hours, split time between working from home and occasionally going into work for board meetings or something specific. This sort of meant everything to my mom at the time. My little sister was just 3 and not yet in school, and she always hated that she had to work nonstop at the historical museum when I was growing up. But that's just where they were at the time, my parents and their money. But now, she had this opportunity. So, the house. In 2010-ish, my mom was perusing the internet looking at various houses in the Beaver area. She landed on something relatively close to the super historical district. I caught a glimpse of this beauty on my mom's computer and practically squealed in excitement while asking if that's where we were going to live. She was enthusiastic, saying she and my dad were going to look at it that afternoon. Unfortunately, I'd be at school, so it was a no-go for me. I told my mom that she better buy that beautiful house. The next time we spoke, that's exactly what happened. From the outside, from the photos, I'll admit, the home was incredibly dreamy. It was and still is the biggest place I've ever lived in. But I was a bit thrown off living directly across the street from a history museum. I guess there were worse things to look at, I reasoned. But for me, the dream factor wore off relatively quickly. It should have been great. And sometimes, especially towards the end of my time there, it was. But not always. And those times made it hard to imagine anything would be normal in that house. Cut to the moment where we all see the home together. I was impressed. It held up to my expectations from the outside. But the moment we crossed the threshold from outside to inside, I wondered why it felt so dark. Part of me was expecting to see beautifully painted walls or ones filled with colorful wallpaper. It was clear the photos had slightly exaggerated or had somehow let in a lot more light. The whole ride here, my mom was beaming, totally excited, especially to show my sister and I the house and our rooms. So, I tried to be happy and excited, anything but a bratty teen at that moment. But I guess I failed since my mom asked me, "What's wrong? You don't like this beautiful home?" "Well, just wait till you see your room." She smiled, and I returned the smile. I picked up my little sister and excitedly told her that we were going to go see our rooms. Immediately, I could tell which room my mom wanted for me, the one that I wanted for me. Large bay window, tall white wooden shutters, rose-colored wallpaper, and a gold accent wall. I was already envisioning what it could look like with my special touch. Thankfully, I didn't feel this dark feeling in my room. I chalked up the initial feeling to just being naive, thinking that a home would look exactly like highly edited photos online, ones taken in a way that make the home look exactly like a dream. The house was fine, I concluded. Satisfied, I took my little sister to her room. It was much smaller and sat right next to mine. My sister couldn't care less about going into her room. She preferred to stay in my room. I walked into her room, and again, the moment I crossed the threshold into that room, I felt this dark, palpable heaviness. She also had rose-colored walls, a large window letting in lots of light, but I didn't like that despite all of this, it felt shady. But as a teenager, I dismissed that feeling pretty quickly and went back to my room. But it wasn't long after moving in that my little sister was running to my room, crying, struggling to breathe, shaking me awake. It was the dead of night. I could barely see her face, but I could hear her, and I instantly grabbed her into the bed and asked her what was wrong. She told me someone's in her room. I maybe should have been alarmed, but I wasn't at first. I made her calm down. I asked her to tell me about her dream, but she swore it wasn't a nightmare. She cried that she was sleeping, but he woke her up. Suddenly, it dawns on me that we are in a new house, and it's entirely possible someone's in her room. I grabbed my sister and quietly ran to my parents' room to wake them up. I was talking in almost a whisper as I told my parents what was going on. Now, we were all freaked out, but my dad grabs his gun and tells us to stay inside the room. While my mom's hugging my sister, she says quietly that she doesn't think Daddy's gun is going to help. That's when we learned that the man in my sister's room was really a large, dark shadow of a man. Describing him, she said he was see-through. I looked at my mom like, right, bad dream? My dad comes back in the room soon after and declares that no one's in the room, or any of the rooms for that matter. All the doors and windows are locked. So we all put my sister back to bed, my bed, for the record, and then I was silently blamed in the hallway for exposing my sister to scary movies, causing her to have nightmares. For a moment, I decided that I was going to sleep in my sister's bedroom. If she was going to take my room, I was going to take hers. And that's when I remembered the feeling, not before, but as soon as I crossed that threshold. Heaviness. I instantly felt for my little sister. Sure, there was no shadow people in here, but why did it feel so weird in this room? Surely she had to feel that too. And my parents? I don't know. But I went back to my room, and I slept through the night. However, that sleeping through the night thing would become rare. I'd end up switching rooms with my little sister. Well, almost. I didn't want to. She was clearly so disturbed, though, and spending more time in my bedroom anyway, it just made sense. My parents incentivized the deal by giving me permission to drive their car on the weekends. But after seeing how excited my sister was to move rooms, I was practically sold anyway. But I allowed them to bribe me. During the move, my dad said that he kept hearing something interesting. Then, my mom, too. Scratching noises all throughout the room. My dad says that he needs to work on eliminating any possible pests before they make the move. At first, I was so confused, like, what kinds of pests? Rats? Bugs? Maybe it's just the sound of you moving around. I don't want to move into an infested room, though. Then he tells me that he's heard these in the walls before. While he was installing my sister's bed, when we moved in, he thought he'd heard scratching in the walls. He searched around, but he didn't find any sign of actual pests. No feces, nothing suspicious in the basement or the attic. But he tells me that he never officially checked the walls, and that it could be something messing with the electrical in that room. Over the next few months, things got strange. I was back to sharing a room with my little sister, but that wasn't the strange part. My dad had various people in and out for the inspections, and eventually he decided that he wanted to replace the drywall in that room. He was still hearing the scratching, my mom too. So construction on my new room started, and during that time, things got even worse. Even the nights where we weren't talking about experiencing things, we all were. Now, what my parents heard was scratching. I heard whispering. There were multiple nights when I would be awake, assuming that I was the last one up in the house. But then I'd hear this whispering coming from the other side of the wall. I would press my ear against the wall just to confirm what I was hearing. I'd be so sure that it was my parents having some sort of hushed discussion, so I'd get up and I'd go to my new room, figure out what they're saying. But they wouldn't be there. I'd walk into the room and hear absolutely nothing, and see absolutely nothing. Then I'd walk to my parents' bedroom door. I'd place my ear against their door. Silence. This happened multiple times, but I started to realize it only happened after 12 a.m., so for the first time in my life, I developed a bedtime. At 10 o'clock every night, I would will myself to sleep. This worked for a minute, maybe a week or even 2 weeks, but eventually it started again. I'd find myself drawn to that room a lot over this period of time. Basically, I wasn't sleeping. My sister, however, seemed to be sleeping like a baby. Then, about a month, maybe less, into the deconstruction of that room, the contractors find something in the walls. Bones, bird bones, squirrel bones, snake skins, the whole lot. But naturally, the most unsettling thing they found, and why they ultimately had to stop construction, were the human remains. Over the next several weeks, the scene had to be preserved, and it was recommended that we stay in a hotel, so that's what we did. We crammed into a hotel while crews worked to remove the remains from our house. My mom was technically thrilled because she thought that she might get wind of the situation, given her job. Possibly they were the remains of a historical figure. She was partially right. She was involved in the process months later of having the skull donated to the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia, which is known for its extensive collection of medical oddities, including a collection of over 130 human skulls. So at the time, and maybe to this day, the remains were not officially identified. But they are, to the best of my knowledge, all being preserved, in addition to the skull at the museum. Also, my parents do in fact still own this house. It did in fact not sit well with me at first, but I continued to grow up there, and so did my little sister, for much longer. But we didn't have any of those experiences, no more oddities in the house. So, who knows? Maybe our house was haunted for a minute. Maybe it was infested by animals that got scared away. Or maybe it was all in our heads. But you can't deny the bones. Basically, anyone you tell this story to is going to come up with their own theories anyway. So, thanks for reading. This happened when I was in college, circa 2017, my junior year. Back then, I drove my dad's old Toyota Corolla, and it certainly didn't have fancy locks that automatically locked when I was driving, or that were automatic in any way. Normally, for this reason, I tried to keep all of my doors locked. However, on this night, I had been designated driver for all of my friends. I had just finished dropping everything off, and I was headed home for the night, and I didn't think to check the doors. Though clearly no one had locked the door, because while briefly stopped at a red light, a man suddenly opens the back door and dives into my back seat. He proceeds to tell me to drive. He didn't ask very nicely either. It was demanding. I was scared. Then the light turned green. I hesitated for one moment, and he told me that he didn't want to have to shoot me. He said this while pressing something against the back of my neck. I was wearing a scarf, but I could feel that it was something heavy. It felt like a gun. That's when my foot hit the gas, and I sort of went into autopilot for several moments as he told me where to go. As we drove further in a direction I wasn't familiar with, I couldn't help but start crying. I don't know if he heard me or saw me through the rear view, but my tears did not make him happy. He started swearing at me to shut the fuck up, that I better not make things worse or harder than it needs to be. I remember thinking I really should shut up, but I couldn't get myself under control. We kept driving until we were eventually in a more residential area. Not a nice one, I should add. We were for sure in front of a crack house, and I could feel myself sweating, becoming increasingly more panicked about the situation. The guy orders me to parallel park, and all I can think about is how much harder it will be to leave in this situation. But I'm still feeling confident that I can attempt it once he exits the car. unless he makes me go with him. The thought of being removed from my car was horrifying. I needed for that not to happen at all costs. I racked my brain for excuses to stay in the car, but then he ordered me to do exactly that. That's when I noticed a big man on the front lawn of this house. A heavily armed, big man, and he was getting closer to my car. Backseat dude gets out, and that's when I see that he's truly armed with a weapon. He gets patted down by the big man on the lawn. The big man removes his weapon while pointing in the direction of the house, as if giving him permission to go inside, and almost instantly the big man's attention is back to me. He stands right outside my driver's side door, aiming one of the larger guns down at me, finger on the trigger, all while staring at nothing but my hands. I remember sitting there wishing there was anything I could do safely to remove myself from the situation. The most tormenting part was that I had a fucking gun in my glove box. I just knew I wasn't going to have a chance to grab it before possibly getting shot to pieces myself. Not to mention, my single stack didn't stand a chance against whatever this guy was holding. All I could seem to do in any of these moments was look at my surroundings and look at the clock. After an agonizing 11 minutes, the backseat man returns. For 1 second, the big guy has to take his gun and eyes off of me, but I panicked before he's already looking back at me, and the guy is getting back into my back seat. Once again, armed. He's immediately barking orders at me, telling me where to go. For the most part, he didn't say anything. This gave me some time to think. I considered driving to the police station, until I realized that I had no idea where it was. I started to brainstorm what excuse I could come up with to have to stop this car again. Almost 10 minutes had passed since we'd left the crack house, but dude was really just having me drive in circles. I had no idea what his game plan was. During that time, I told him I had to pee. He told me he didn't care. I told him I needed to call my roommate so that she didn't get worried. He told me to fuck off and keep driving the loop. So I did. I managed to stop myself from crying several times, but I was absolutely hopeless. We'd stopped at a few stop signs on this 10-minute drive, and at each one, I considered tucking and rolling right out of the car and letting it keep going. But again, I didn't act. I just panicked, imagining this guy shooting me right there, me dying, alone. How incredibly devastated my parents would be. I knew I was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I saw the dude was lighting something back there. I smelled something chemical-esque, and it was harsh, coming from the back seat. This guy was absolutely getting high as fuck in my back seat. The smell was disgusting. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know. But part of me was thinking, if he's using his hands to smoke that shit, where's the gun? Since it was dark, I was confident that I could at least reach for my phone in my purse. It was near my lap. So I slid my right hand into my purse and glanced down to see if it lit up, and it did. As the man continued to smoke, I clicked the lock button 5 times. According to my dad and whatever he'd set up on my phone, this would call 911. I looked down but couldn't tell if the screen had changed. I really hoped it had. Please be calling goddamn 911 right now, I thought over and over. I was so focused on my plan working, I'd hardly noticed the guy talking to me. But then he raised his voice. He was demanding that I pull over. But by the time I realized where he was pointing, I'd missed the gas station. He yelled for me to turn around, to turn the fucking car around right now. He was adamant about hitting that gas station. So again, I listened to what he said, and I made a U-turn. Pulling into the gas station, I was discouraged at first that there were no cars there. But before I had even put the car fully in park, the backseat man was opening his door, yelling for me not to go anywhere. And then he jumped out of my car and vanished inside the store. I couldn't believe it. I was both stunned and so incredibly grateful at whatever stupid move this was. I immediately put the car in reverse and peeled out of that gas station so quickly, not giving a shit if a cop or any other authority saw me. I was desperate to get the hell out of there. I actually found myself laughing hysterically on the way home, and that's when I remembered I'd tried to call the police. I grabbed my phone and could see that I had been unsuccessful in my attempts to call authorities. I'd been successful in escaping this strange criminal, though, and I was grateful that this experience turned out to be more scary strange than horrifying, life-altering. Really could have gone so many ways. Just be smart and always remember to lock your doors, save yourself the experience, and just take the lesson from me. I've decided to share my story as a cautionary tale for anyone who happens to live in an area with high crime rates. My husband was a first-year surgical intern when we got married in 2012, and I'm a hairstylist, so needless to say, we weren't making much money. We wanted to get our own place so badly that we settled for a small, cheap house in a bad area. We'll get cameras and fix it up. It'll be romantic. We told ourselves all the usual lines, made it sound like an adventure. Well, I guess in a way it was, just not the kind we wanted. Anyone in the medical field will know the hours are insane, but interns are a next level of extreme. When they're not working, they're on call. But even when they're not on call, most of them are still at the hospital, trying to get in extra labs or just hoping for an opportunity to get hands-on experience. We were too young and naive to consider these factors when buying that house. Had we understood how often I would be spending the nights alone, things would have been handled differently. 2 weeks into living there, I took Ben's dinner to the hospital, and when I got back home, one of the windows was broken. Not wanting to go inside, I called the police and waited for them at the convenience store. After they checked the house, I discovered our TVs, along with our iPads, computers, most of our kitchen appliances, had been stolen. It was heartbreaking. We couldn't afford to replace any of it right away. I've never had anything like that happen to me, and this was a small incident by comparison. We got a few things back over the next couple of weeks, as people tried to pawn certain items, but most of it was gone forever. We really couldn't afford anything like ADT, but we got a few cameras. Not that they helped. It's just the best we could do. A few months later, I was home alone for the night watching TV when there was a loud bang in the kitchen. I looked into the other room to see a man in a black ski mask standing before the open back door. He had just kicked it in. We made eye contact for a brief second before he charged at me. I took off towards the front door, but too slow. As I tried to unlock it, the man grabbed me from behind, threw me to the floor. I was screaming the whole time, but that's when he kicked me, and I immediately went silent. There was this huge bruise across my side for weeks. I'll never forget that level of pain and fear. I genuinely thought I was going to die. I couldn't think at all. I was just acting on pure instinct. The guy began looking around the room like he was searching for something, and my hand shot under the couch where I had stashed one of my old softball bats. Worried that I wouldn't be able to generate as much force with a swing, I rammed the end into his crotch. He dropped to his knees with an awful cry. When I tried to run, he grabbed my ankle, and I fell back onto the ground. As he pulled me towards him, I turned, swinging the bat as hard as I could, without knowing where it would strike, but it connected with the side of his face, sent him sprawling backwards. When my ankle was free of his grasp, I ran out of the open back door and called 911. I was so frightened that I hid in my neighbor's bushes until they arrived, but the guy was long gone by then. It won't surprise you to learn that he was never caught. I doubt the police even looked. That neighborhood wasn't exactly a high priority for them. But yeah, I couldn't stay there after that. So Ben and I lived with my parents for almost a year while we sold the house and got a new place. This time we waited until we could afford to live somewhere we felt safe, and we're very happy about that now. Just be careful when you're making those kinds of decisions. Don't let silly things get in the way of smart choices. I got into a lift car, like I had numerous times before. After the car started moving, I noticed the driver turned in the wrong direction, but thought that he was just going to take an alternate route. Quickly, I saw that this wasn't the case, and I spoke up. "Excuse me, I think you're going the wrong way," he replied. "Oh, really? Sorry, my GPS is messed up." He poked around at the smartphone attached to his dashboard, which I noticed was now off. That's when the "oh shit, this is how you die" feeling kicked in. I was sitting in the passenger seat, so I tried to act calm and discreet as I reached into my bag to make sure my phone and keys were in reach. Nonchalantly as possible, I said, "Oh, no problem. Just make a right here and take Main Street back towards Pleasant City." He argued with me briefly, but then turned in the right direction. I sighed with relief. Maybe the danger was all in my head. Then he spoke up again. "You seem like a decent, morally upright young woman, Sammy. Can I ask you for some advice about a problem I have?" I stiffened in my seat, but nodded. What else was there to say? He proceeded to tell me about a relative he was quote-unquote worried about, who was involved in prostitution. This quote-unquote bitch needed his help, and all he wanted in the world was to quote-unquote save her. But she refused to tell him her address. Shocker, I know. If only I had her address. I don't care what she says, I'd go there and kidnap her for her own good. The driver proceeded to get more and more worked up, cursing and yelling, while exit strategies were rushing through my head. You know what the problem is? This bitch is fucking possessed by Satan. It's the only explanation, not like you. You can tell from looking at a woman if they're morally upright or not. He looked meaningfully at me, while I shrunk inwardly. Glad at least that moment that there was no sign on my head reading "proud sex worker," which I am. Fixing his gaze directly at me while still driving, he posed a question. I felt at that moment that my response would determine his next course of action. "Sammy, is it so wrong for me to want to help this girl? Should I just say, fuck it, and let someone I love ruin her life? Or should I keep trying even though she keeps telling me to get out of her life?" I wanted to tell him he was being a psycho, and it was obvious why she didn't want his help. But instead, I said something like, "It's really, really good that you care so much about her. That's not wrong. But you can't help anyone that doesn't want it. That's not your fault." I don't know if he could tell, but I was trembling. By this point, he was very close to my home. He seemed to calm down, but I'd had the distinct feeling that I'd narrowly avoided disaster. As he pulled up to my place, he said without a smile, "You're a smart girl, Sammy. I'll think on your advice." I got the fuck out of that car and went inside, very relieved to be home, but also cursing myself for using my home address. For that reason, I was afraid to even leave any kind of feedback. I deleted Lyft and never heard from him again. I just moved out of my parents' house and was living over the top of my dad's business. It was a funeral home, so it was common for florist deliveries. However, there was a sign on the door that no deliveries were accepted after 5 p.m. But someone came to my door with a bouquet of flowers. I wasn't seeing anyone at the time and knew of nobody who might bring me any. It was late and it was a bad area, so I didn't answer the door. I had video surveillance at the time, and I could see the person on the monitor. They were knocking, banging, and ringing the doorbell. They seemed to know that someone was living above the funeral home and would stop and look up at the windows. I watched as they walked away, leaving the flowers. I went downstairs, but not wanting to open the door, I waited out of view. Sure enough, the person came back for the flowers. The next day, I heard on the news that someone living over another nearby funeral home was assaulted by someone delivering flowers. My parents purchased a home situated on 180 acres back in 2018. I was a freshman in college, but still living at home. Although the house itself isn't that old, built in the 1960s, it apparently came with some history. Not one that I know much about, unfortunately, but my family has had enough experiences there to understand there's a certain energy. My sister believes to this day that the house is haunted, and I'm actually inclined to believe her, but I don't necessarily know if it's malevolent. It's been a while since I've lived at home, but I remember the first events and anything I've been told pretty clearly. My family has all but adjusted to this home, and so we don't really discuss it being haunted or whatever anymore. That was the request of my mother, though I think it was on behalf of my sister. However, I'm going to share those first experiences here because I think that you'll agree that they track as unusual. My younger sister, Monica, was practicing the piano. She became increasingly frustrated with a challenging piece. According to her, during a brief break in her playing, she heard a voice whispering from behind. The voice said, "Keep going." It was quite literally encouraging her. She was startled, so she turned around, horrified, when she saw a frail, elderly woman, dressed in all black, comfortably seated in a lounge chair. She, of course, didn't recognize the woman, and as such, Monica let out a piercing scream while hurriedly calling for my parents. By the time they came to check it out, the apparent woman had vanished. Barely a week later, Monica was taking a shower in our parents' bathroom when she happened to catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She saw the unmistakable outline of a woman dressed in black, just as before. Her face was concealed by the fog. Even still, Monica sprinted out of the bathroom, completely nude, and encountered our parents' startled guests. This fact alone further convinced me that she was not making up these encounters. I almost felt bad for doubting her. Either way, I felt bad for her. Hell, I even went as far as making fun of her when it came to the piano incident. But not after this one. Then fast forward to our Thanksgiving celebration. While we're enjoying our first Thanksgiving meal in this home, the inexplicable unfolded. The china cabinets, which sat directly behind my sister, every item in them and in our dining room, began to violently tremble. I looked around at everyone's faces, and we shared the same expression of horror. Except Monica. She was in tears, now hiding under the dining room table. Everyone else stayed put, not saying a word. Almost as soon as it had all started, it stopped. My parents claimed it was likely an earthquake, though I never believed that story. You can Google those kinds of things, and there were certainly no earthquakes near Bozeman, Thanksgiving 2018. The final blow I really remember occurred sometime after Christmas 2018, signifying a point that finally convinced those who doubted, aka my father. He possesses to this day a beloved leather chair in which he habitually sits day after day. It's positioned near a window, and my mother typically opens it to let in some fresh air. She'd done so on this night just before an inevitable small snowstorm. Concerned about his prized chair getting wet, my father explicitly asked my mother not to open the window while the chair was nearby, as it would ultimately ruin his chair. The following morning, my father rose early for work and noticed that the den had been rearranged, resulting in his chair being relocated all the way across the room, instead of in its usual spot by the window. Assuming it was the hard work of my sister and I from the previous night, my father went to work without dwelling further. When my mother awoke, she too discovered the rearranged room and assumed my father was responsible. Us kids assumed the same. We thought that he had intentionally changed the layout. Not common of him, but who else could be responsible? It wasn't until dinner time that evening that we collectively realized the true extent of the rearrangement. The meticulous placement of the magazines, the controller, even the rug. It was nothing like our usual setup. It was all seemingly orchestrated by an unseen force, though, according to Monica, it was probably the same woman that she had seen who was responsible. We determined that the rearranging of furniture would have taken place between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., though, astonishingly, no sounds were heard, despite the fact that mine and my sister's room were directly beneath the den. Previously, my parents would dismiss such occurrences, but after that time, their attitude changed significantly until they went back to ignoring it completely, which seems to have worked. At first, I didn't know if this belonged here, but it actually completely does, so on that note, let's proceed. My sister moved to New England at the beginning of March 2019. She and her husband, Lou, purchased a beautiful forever home after they got married. This was all against my parents' wishes, and the relationship eventually blew up in her face. Let's put it this way. It was her first beautiful wedding. It was his third. But geez, I'm really getting into stuff that has nothing to do with the actual story, so let's take it back. Sis moves to New England at the start of March. Mid-May, she calls me in hysterics. She's out of breath, trying not to project her voice while sobbing into the phone. I asked her what was wrong. She tells me that she thinks there's demons in the house, but Lou doesn't believe her. Our family follows the word of Jesus, and hearing my sister screaming about demons sent my attention into red alert. Right before she called me, she told me she was taking a shower. Lou's out of town, so when she saw a silhouette standing on the other side of the matte glass shower door, she screamed. She almost slipped. When she caught herself, she looked back towards the door. The silhouette was gone. But before that, she says that stuff around their house had gone missing, or stuff would end up in a completely different place from where they last put it. My sister is extremely OCD, and so she immediately noticed the oddities around the house, but she kept them to herself for the most part. She certainly never told me, until the silhouette. The terror set in for her a lot more while Lou was gone on business, and the disappearing acts continued. This was the first time the entity presented itself in physical form. It solidified my sister's conspicuous beliefs about everything that had been happening up to that point. A big house echoes a lot louder when you're alone, is one of the depressing quotes my sister would tell me. Apparently, her footsteps weren't the only ones to make noise up and down the hallways. She didn't care to chase the demon, though. She waited until morning, and then drove 4 hours back to mine and my parents' house. We live right next to each other. My dad's the one who taught us about the Holy Spirit, so he took it upon himself to drive back to my sister's place and disperse that evil energy plaguing her home. When they got there, it did not go at all how either of them expected. As they walked inside, my dad held his Bible close to his chest. Then, they heard the toilet upstairs flush, and the sink turned on. Demons don't use the bathroom, right? My dad didn't think so. He ushered my sister to stay where she was, and he starts to quickly and quietly make his way up the stairs towards the upstairs restroom. When the faucet turns on, my dad gets in a caveman-looking fighting stance, ready for the door to open, and confident a demon won't be what exists on the other side of that door. Dad, fireman, kicks the door right when it unlatched, sending some homeless 40-year-old creep backwards into the counter behind him. Before the guy can get up, my dad gives him an old-school ass-whooping, mainly to make sure that he didn't get away before the cops got there. My sister called the cops, and they came to pick the creep up. Another cop comes to look around. They discover that he's been living in the attic since before they moved in. How was this missed by the inspection? Well, obvious answer is that they cut corners. And I guess that's the downside of having these things done while you're out of state. You gotta have a lot of trust in companies, which are just people that you don't know. The police also later alluded to the fact that the man likely suffered from schizophrenia. After the cops would leave, my dad would do some more digging. He found a makeshift tunnel that was hidden, even little passageways that this guy had built for himself in the attic that connected through the walls of the house, all stemming from their attic. They also found most of their missing stuff, aside from jewelry. The guy had also kept a butcher knife up there. Less than 3 months later, we'd all find out that Lou was cheating on my sister with a coworker. My sister ended up moving in with my family for a couple of months before she ended up in a new place of her own. And this time, we all went to the inspection, which I highly recommend if you're in a position of buying a home. You trust your inspector, or better yet, get a second opinion if you can't view it yourself. Mountain Dew saved me a pretty traumatic memory that my cousin wasn't lucky enough to avoid. When I was around 8 to 10 years old, I'd spend a few weekends out of the summer at my Uncle Tony's. My cousin Christopher and I were around the same age, and Tony would take us fishing the morning after I arrived. I always really looked forward to this weekend, and it wouldn't be uncommon for me to already be awake as Tony came downstairs to make us breakfast before leaving. To wake us up fast, he gave us Mountain Dew. At the crack of dawn, it would get us all jazzed up on caffeine. I especially like Mountain Dew, so it's safe to say I had a bit more than I probably should have. The lake we fished at was a little over an hour away. At the halfway point, there's this rest area we stop at for coffee and cookies. Tony's made it a tradition, and this time I'm extra eager because the Mountain Dew I'd consumed had filled my bladder to emergency status. When we pulled into the rest stop parking lot, Tony and I got out to use the facilities. Christopher stayed in the truck playing his Sega Game Gear. He had his headphones plugged into the aux cable and was completely immersed in whatever he was playing. He's using a portable car charger that's plugged into the cigarette lighter. Tony leaves the car running for him so as not to kill the Game Gear's charge. We were going to be quick. I was already running for the bathrooms. Tony, probably being more concerned about creeps in the bathroom than creeps in the parking lot, takes off in a light jog behind me. In our defense, we were fast. The truck was physically out of sight for a maximum 3 minutes. And there was also a large wooden rowboat strapped to the back of it. Uncle Tony and I are walking back from the bathrooms. The parking lots are directly in front of us, but we're headed towards the coffee and cookies, which is diagonal to where we parked. But the view of the parking lot begins to open up as we head towards it. That's when Uncle Tony stops and says, "Where's the fucking truck?" In the time it took from us to get from the bathrooms to back, someone had stolen Tony's truck, boat, and literal firstborn child. It was in the blink of an eye. The truck had already made it onto the freeway. Tony ran to the woman at the coffee counter, asking if she'd seen anything, but she couldn't help us. We used a payphone to dial 911. I stand next to Tony as he frantically tells the operator what's happened. Meanwhile, in the truck, it's not until the truck is actually merging onto the interstate that Christopher looks up and realizes it wasn't us in the truck. He takes his headphones out and asks the man what he's doing. The guy smells like garbage. He looks in the rearview mirror back at Christopher, surprised and angered at what he sees in the back seat. He then pulls a knife from inside of his coat pocket. He holds it back to Christopher, demanding that he crawl into the front seat with him. Christopher said his eyes looked like large rodent eyes. The truck would be dangerously swerving, and his eyes would dart back from him to the road, and then back to him again when he gained control. Christopher doesn't comply, so the man starts yelling, telling him to take off his clothes. He's basically telling Christopher that he's going to sexually assault him all the way up the I-90. While he's telling Christopher this crazy stuff, he's unbuttoning his pants and trying to pull them down with his hand while using his knees to steer. The next time the truck swerved into an adjacent lane, it sideswiped a small car. The car goes left into the guardrail. The truck jerks right in an attempt to correct, but it's going too fast and begins to jackknife before it all flips. Christopher's thrown from the truck as it begins to turn over. His body sent through the open passenger window into the grass of the median. The truck flipped from under, so he was launched straight down instead of up and out like a catapult, which I think is the best case scenario given the options. Bystanders wouldn't let the driver leave, so police were able to arrest him. Meanwhile, back at the rest stop, a trooper takes me and Uncle Tony to see Christopher at the hospital. He would have both of his legs broken in the accident. He'd have to spend the rest of that summer and most of that fall trying to get strength back in his legs to walk again. Still, even now, he says that accident was definitely him dodging a bullet, and had they not crashed, he'd be worse off than he is now. I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nonnie and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or two throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the 2 of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different, a welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room. But something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be. Everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling, and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder, feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there, just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself, and intentionally slept in the living room that night after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly, I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing, but I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face, but I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still, but I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it. I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice, but it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy, it was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first, except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible, so much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. When one of my grandmothers passed away, I was young. She'd been angry with me because of decisions that I'd made after asking for and ignoring her advice, then learning she was right. She hadn't spoken to me for quite some time prior to getting sick. The day she passed away, I'd gone to the hospital to see her and let her meet my 6-month-old daughter. She was so weak, we really couldn't talk, so nothing was really said except "I love yous" and lots of tears. We'd been home for about an hour from visiting her when my phone rang. Someone else answered and said it was for me. It was kind of late in the evening and unusual for a call. I said hello and heard a woman's voice, very weak, on the other line saying, "Everything is okay. I love you." The line went silent. Chills ran over my entire body, and I froze for a minute. It was my grandma's voice, but I knew she couldn't make that phone call. I immediately called the hospital, and the nurse told me that I needed to contact a family member. They couldn't tell me anything. I called my grandpa and was informed that about an hour after I'd left the hospital, Grandma passed away. No one had called anyone in the family yet. The only ones who knew were those that were with her at the time. I fully believe that call was from my grandma after she passed, to let me know she always loved me, even when she was angry with me. I always knew that, never doubted it. I'm originally from Lethbridge, Canada, but I lived in Vancouver for almost 5 years. 4 years for school and an additional year just to live and work on my own. Most of my time was dedicated to school and work, which was rather uneventful in comparison to the story I'll share here. My first 3 years in Vancouver, I lived near the water in a mother-in-law style apartment. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a fully functioning apartment in the lower half of a home. Bathrooms, kitchen, living space, etc. It was an absolutely beautiful place to call a temporary home, especially for a college kid. An affordable place in a prime location. Owners who were incredibly nice people who mainly kept to themselves but also acted as very attentive landlords. But it came with its own sort of catch. About 3 months into living there, I was feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe I was too comfortable, and that's why everything started happening when it did. Either way, 3 months in, I was having these strange dreams, nightmares, paired with waking up suddenly and feeling like I wasn't alone. They would continue on and off for the better part of a year. Normally, the dreams were me standing by the back door. It was made of glass and had large, thick curtains, which I kept closed at night. But during the day, they let in a gorgeous amount of light and offered a small, peekaboo view of the neighboring Victoria Island. In my dreams, however, these curtains were open at night, and the view was nothing like I saw in my waking hours. There were no homes neighboring this one, no telephone wires crossing the skyline. The view was incredible. You could see the entire island. It was like the dreams took me back in time, one where there was just less in the way of buildings and more in the way of trees and nature. Almost magical. Except it's while enjoying this view, I realize I'm cold and wet. Doesn't seem too strange, not at first. But it changes, not the view or my coldness, but my entire perspective. I hear the bedroom door being kicked in, but I don't turn around. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind, but I manage to escape whoever's attempting to grab me. I never see their face. I never see my face. I'm frantic, and somehow, I understand that if they touch me again, I'm dead. It's the most fear I've ever felt in a dream. Still, to this day. Eventually, I make my way to a locked door. It's the door that connects the rest of the home to the mother-in-law apartment. I struggle for far too long and feel as if I'm working with two brains. One who knows this door is never unlocked, and one who thinks it should be. Someone's coming. I run from the door and back towards the bedroom where the glass door is. I catch a glimpse of the view one last time, just before I'm thrown onto the bed. Before I can see anything else or do anything else, I'm being smothered. I can feel myself struggling to breathe. I know I'm close to passing out, and then one of those brains tells me to wake up. Usually, that's when I'm thrown awake, gasping for air, and feeling like I'm not alone. Though other times, it would be a dream within a dream. I'd wake up, have the sensation I wasn't alone, but I'd call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" I get no response, but I'd feel pressure applied to my shoulder, as if someone's hand was on it. As I turned to see the hand, I'd be thrown awake, for real this time. Each time I'd wake up for real, I'd never call out to someone, despite feeling a presence. Instead, I'd literally count sheep until I'd fall asleep, not waking again until morning. These types of dreams would come multiple times a week. I started keeping a journal, only to realize it was literally the same dream. I wasn't in control of it, and nothing changed, so I eventually stopped writing about them. Up to this point, I'd never had a reoccurring dream before. Nothing like this. My dreams usually involved me trying to concentrate and getting disrupted, or dreams where, honestly, things just don't make sense. But these dreams, they sort of made sense, but they also felt really real. As time went on, I started to feel a little uneasy around the apartment. I'd spend my days just living in it as one does, but my evenings felt dreadful, and that I knew I'd be walking or running through these halls again soon. However, shortly after the dream started, so did everything else. The shower, for example. I'd taken countless showers. Nothing off had ever happened before. But suddenly, when I'd be showering at night, I'd hear yelling. Not just one or two, but continuous yelling and arguing. I could never discern what they were saying, but it was clear these were voices. I'd shut the water off and nothing. Eventually, I started playing music in the shower because I couldn't handle the sound of constant arguing. I had no idea how to drown it out without other noise. There was also the reappearing handprint on the glass door. The glass gets fogged up in that room after a shower. You have to ventilate a bit to prevent this, but usually it's so cold I don't crack a window. So eventually, after getting dressed and all of that, I'd open up the shades and crack the back door to let out some of the excess steam. And a few times, I'd see this single handprint on the window right as I did. But I don't mean it was just there. I mean it appeared as I opened the curtains. Then, yes, it would disappear with the rest of the condensation, leading me to believe, oh, that's nothing. I probably touched the window real quick without noticing. I told myself that a lot, but did I ever believe it? Not really. Finally, towards the end of my first year in the apartment, I saw a woman. I only saw her once, but I think that it was the same woman that I'd feel in my dreams, possibly the same woman whose presence I'd felt when I'd wake up. My theory has always been that something happened to her, maybe in that apartment. So yeah, my theory does lean heavily on the existence of ghosts or spirits, but I don't know how else to explain it. One night I was cooking, a little later than I normally would, but I'd forgotten to eat almost all day because of studying and not letting any real light in. Now it was dark, but I still felt like getting a view of the night sky and some fresh air. As my noodles cooked, I made my way to the glass door, opened up the curtains, and cracked the door. As I looked up at the view, the windows were highly reflective since the indoor lights were still on. In the reflection, just behind me, I saw a woman sitting on my bed. She had blonde hair and was facing the other direction. She appeared to be crying. Could I hear her? Before that thought could really go anywhere, I instinctively gasped and turned around. No one was there. Quickly facing the glass door again. She was gone. After actually seeing someone outside of a dream, I decided that I'd figure out a way to ask my landlords or the owners of the home if anyone had ever reported something similar. I think at first they thought I was trying to think of an excuse to break my lease, but after talking further, they seemed to entertain my talking, though I didn't get any real answers. The couple had bought the house just 2 years before I had moved in, though it was built back in the early 50s. Many owners since its time of fruition, and according to the couple, they'd never heard of anything strange, but furthermore, I was their first tenant. So everything continued as it was, only school got more stressful and sleep became more precious than ever. I needed to figure out some way to sleep in peace and not disrupt my living situation. Now, some people may find this next part silly, but I really don't care. It worked. Also, I challenge others to be plagued by night terrors or visions and see what genius plans they come up with. Anyway, one night while lying in bed, I was already feeling emotional about the potential loss of sleep that I could experience, so I started speaking. I don't know who I was talking to, but I like to imagine it was the woman from my dreams. I asked her, "Do you need something from me?" Obviously, I got no response, so I just kept going. I told her that I was living here now, going to school. I told her who I was, and I asked who she was, with no response. Finally, I told her that I was sorry if something happened to her. I told her that as much as I wish I could change it all, I couldn't do that, but that I thought it was time that she moved on. I told her that sometimes the dreams were a little too scary, so much so that I couldn't sleep. I told her that she didn't have to leave, but that I thought she'd be happier if she did. I didn't have any dreams that night, or the remaining 2 years I was there, at least not those kinds of dreams. The only other thing that happened was the week I was moving out of that place. I was cleaning all the windows and walls. I got to the glass doors. I opened the curtains, and without any condensation in the room at all, I briefly saw a familiar handprint, both appear and disappear, almost instantly. I considered that my official goodbye from the woman I'd silently shared my space with. It's always made me wonder, what exactly makes spirits stay in certain places, and do they have a choice? When I was approximately 10 years old and my younger brother was 8 years old, we lived in a house on a vast plot of land surrounded by forests filled with trees. It was basically the perfect setting for our favorite childhood game, hide and seek. We'd often play with our friends who lived in the surrounding homes. On one particular day, during the late afternoon, me and my friend were doing our best to stay hidden in the trees. Meanwhile, my brother was just as diligently attempting to locate us. Interestingly, I could hear his voice calling out my name from a short distance away, and there was an evident tinge of fear in his voice. Curiosity got the better of me. I needed to investigate the source of his fear. As I walked towards what I thought was him, I stumbled upon a small clearing nestled under the protective canopy of trees. I no longer heard my brother, but to my astonishment, there was an almost colossal figure, entirely white in complexion, standing in the middle of the clearing. My friend had been following behind and had just made it to where I was when he stopped in his tracks. The figure didn't seem to notice our presence. Instead, it stood statue-like, staring directly up at the sky so we couldn't see its face, arms stretched to its sides. It made no sounds, but it did appear to be a light source. It was either glowing in and of itself, or the sun was catching it in a way that it appeared to be so bright. Whatever it was, in the eyes of 2 young children, it loomed at an astonishing height of 10 feet and was like nothing we'd ever seen before. The 2 of us had never been so silent. The sight had kept us pretty occupied, captivated by whatever this thing was. However, we unintentionally made noise by readjusting ourselves, and we could hear others approaching. Worried the thing might disappear, we tried to consider getting closer to convince it to stay. But as soon as I had the thought, which I seemed to share with my friend, the statue-like figure changed positions, arms down at its side, facing forward. It started to slowly dissipate before it suddenly vanished into the trees with remarkable speed. It seemed to effortlessly almost fly through the trees, like light itself. There was no way we could catch up to this thing. I remember my friend saying it literally looked like a ghost. He was right. it wasn't bound to this earth by any of the same things we were. Naturally, we were quite shaken and excited by the occurrence, so we did what most kids would do, hurried indoors and told our parents. However, they were skeptical. They suggested that what we saw might have just been a large white dog or something like that. We were firm in our recounting of the figure. We were firm that it was not a dog. In detail, we described the towering figure the best we could, how it was emitting a white glow, how it simply vanished into thin air. Still, a white dog was the best they could come up with. Nevertheless, to this day, I'm certain that we did indeed witness something. We felt no fear when we laid eyes on it, but we never encountered it again. We contemplated the possibility that it could have been a spirit from one of the numerous vehicles or homes we discovered on our property. But truth be told, who knows for sure? I've been wanting to share my experiences while working at a nursing home several years ago. I'd been employed at that place for several years, but up until my last few weeks working there, I had never believed in anything paranormal. Even working in the nursing field in general, I'd never experienced anything I couldn't explain. The scares that I'd had up to that point were real-life ones. I always liked scary movies, sure, but I wouldn't consider myself a believer by any means. But after my work at the facility, I started to question everything a little bit. I remember the first time I felt something. It was an evening shift, a Tuesday evening. I remember that because it was my earliest shift of the week, and it would end up being a pretty eventful week. My shift had just begun, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. It could have been the gloomy, rainy weather. It could have been the various patients that were ill. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I felt the need to enter a resident's room. As I entered Miss Baker's room, I noticed a flickering light. Of course, it was casting an eerie shadow on the wall, that was hard to ignore. But the temperature, it also seemed to have plummeted. Had Mrs. Baker noticed that as well? I heard what I thought was her faint whisper echo through the room. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice seemed desperate, maybe pleading. Perhaps Miss Baker had felt the cold. I turned to grab her some blankets and adjusted the light near her bed. I apologized for the temperature, told her I'd figure out a way to turn the heat up. But she was confused. She hadn't been cold. She felt a breeze now and then, but she was perfectly comfortable. Not entirely satisfied, I asked if she needed anything or if she'd said something I might have missed. She assured me she was fine, ready for bed, in fact. I tried to dismiss the whispers as my imagination, but that uneasy feeling managed to persist regardless. Over the next few nights, the activity, if you will, escalated. These small but strange occurrences became a nightly routine, some nights coming home to a sleepless night, and filled with stress and anxiety, even though I didn't know why. Doors at the facility seemed to creak open and shut on their own, specifically near Miss Baker's room. I didn't like the lights flickering, especially because it seemed like they were flickering wherever I was or while I was walking under them. Maintenance said they'd check it out, and I even saw a couple of bulbs being changed. Over the next few nights, though, the lights continued to flicker, and only a few nurses seemed to notice them, always when they were around me or nurses around Miss Baker's room. There was more than just the lights to worry about. The sounds of footsteps echoing in the hallways, even if I was the only one there. They were different from standard footsteps that I'd hear down the halls. These felt distant yet close. Arguably, the most upsetting part were the whispers. Those seemed to follow me wherever I went that week, growing a bit louder, more frequent with each night. They were unintelligible, practically gibberish, but I could sense that they were filled with some sort of pain. It was as if something since past were desperately trying to communicate with anything living, and anything being me. I confided in my coworker and friend Sarah, finally, hoping that she'd have some rational explanation. To my surprise, she nodded rather curiously and shared her own experiences with the paranormal. Apparently, she'd experienced similar phenomena, but in the basement while doing laundry. There were flickering lights accompanied by whispers, dismissing them at first, but eventually deciding she wasn't imagining these things. But like me, she wasn't sure what to do. We both kind of felt terrified, but admitted that it felt good not to be alone. Though we were unsure of what exactly was happening, or how to stop it from happening to us. What I found most intriguing about my interaction with Sarah was that the events she'd experienced were all during the same week. She'd only been there a year, but still, just like me, she'd never experienced anything before. Not like this. She even agreed things seemed to be intensifying each night. So, in search of answers, we delved into the history of the nursing home. Nothing terribly interesting there, though. Since being built in 1945, it had been a city hall building, a library. But since 1989, it had been the nursing home that it is today. Well, it was in 2017. Not sure if it still actually stands. Regardless, our online search yielded no answers. One night, we cautiously explored the basement. It's where Sarah had most of her experiences. While there, we stumbled upon a hidden room of sorts. It almost looked like a floor-length window, but it instead opened to a very small room filled with several filing cabinets. Inside, we discovered old medical records, newspaper clippings, photographs. We expected to uncover some sort of dark past or truth, but for the most part, it looked like archived items that couldn't be stored elsewhere due to space. However, we'd spent our lunch down there, and there were a few records that stood out to us. Ones where residents or patients reported feeling like they couldn't breathe, that something was keeping them awake at night. Some described feeling agonizing pain while sleeping, causing them to wake up and feel as though something heavy was holding them down. It wasn't just one or two. We found records with these reports dating all the way back from 89 to 99. We figured that there had to be more, but realized they stopped there, and the remaining records were likely stored securely upstairs. Armed with some strange newfound knowledge, we decided that to confront this so-called spirit head-on would be reckless. So, we acknowledged the sufferings described in the patient's charts, but decided that maybe it was best to leave it alone. After all, our residents all seemed to be fine. No one complained about such things. Best not to rock the boat, we agreed. Over the next few days, the paranormal activity continued, but it gradually subsided after that week. I still don't really know why. It's not like we could totally ignore it. But I remember I kept a close eye on Miss Baker. She continued to be fine and unbothered, though, which was good. The whispers grew fainter. Our electricity seemed to repair itself, or someone may have actually repaired that. I'm not really sure. Sarah and I continued to talk about the events for as long as I can remember. I stopped working there in 2017, but I still talk to her regularly. I told her I was going to share this story, and she said she couldn't wait to hear it be retold. She was always a tad braver than I was when it came to this whole thing. I still can't fully comprehend the events that unfolded there, but I guess it's safe to say I believe in ghosts. So, straight up, I made this throwaway account for this because I'm ashamed of my actions. But I'm in over my head, and I really need some help. Just know that karma has thoroughly put me in my place, and my mistake will never be repeated. I live in a small, poor neighborhood, and for 7 years, I've been at war with the old woman next door, Helga. If I have family or friends over, and someone's parked on the curb, she'll call the police. If my dog barked, she'd call the police. That's why I never got another one after Buddy passed. If I play music, she'll call the police. Obviously, nothing came of it, but it was still a pain to deal with. If I put out yard decorations, she'll find a reason to complain. If they aren't somehow offensive, they violate the HOA policy. Fun fact, we don't have an HOA. We're all poor. Everything looks like shit. Hell, there's tinfoil all over her windows. I mean, come on. But she's like that towards everyone. I only get the worst of it because her house is on the corner, and I'm unfortunate enough to be directly next to her. She lived in that house alone for at least 15 or 20 years, according to the other neighbors, and no one has ever seen her have company. Since I moved in, I've only seen her leave 2 or 3 times, but she gets a lot of deliveries, so I figured that she's just ordered everything off Amazon. Because of the tinfoil and her tendency to only come outside at night, we didn't catch many glimpses of her. But when we did, she always seemed kind of dirty and unkept. A couple years ago, when I still had Buddy, I was walking around the block as Helga collected her boxes, and there was a row of scary tribal masks hanging on the wall behind her. I only saw them for a quick second before she hurried back inside, but I'll never forget the one in the center. The face was long and had a pointed chin, large rectangular teeth. Its eyes were closed in angry slants, and red war paint adorned its head and cheeks. My description truly doesn't do it justice. Its menacing expression made it seem alive. The guy who lives across from her, Joe, was coming home late one night, like 3 a.m, not expecting anyone to be out. But Helga was standing in the middle of the street, with her arms raised to the sky, wearing a black hooded robe. When the headlights hit her, she started screaming in what sounded like Latin, and Joe thinks that she put a curse on him because he had a wreck just 3 days later. It totaled his truck. He got banged up a little, but could have been much worse. Everyone got really wary of Helga after that, but life moved on without much else happening until 2 weeks ago, when she actually left her house. On the few occasions this has happened, she left after dark and returned before dawn, but on this day, she left at lunchtime. I expected to see her car back the following morning, but it was still gone. She didn't return the next day either, or the next. Meanwhile, her boxes are piling up at the door, and in our neighborhood, they would have been immediately stolen at anyone else's house, but not Helga's. At least not until I couldn't stand the curiosity anymore. This is the part where I'm arguably a huge dick. The logical side of me felt like the boxes probably contained basic household items, toilet paper, trash bags, laundry detergent. But the kid in me couldn't stop thinking about that freaky mask, wondering what else she might collect. I mean, I was gonna put it back. But yeah, I stole a box. One of the big ones, in fact. And I'm still paying for it. I ripped into it like a kid at Christmas. But inside was a large wooden cigar box with a little clasp, a cheap lock. The key was taped to the bottom with a card that read, "Do not open," in bold print. Obviously, I had to open it, but I wasn't immediately certain of what I was looking at. A small glass vial had a lock of hair tied to it with string, and there was a pile of what I believed to be dried out herbs, petals, and something that looked like ashes. Disappointed, I put it all back and threw it in a drawer, for the time being. That night, I was getting ready for bed and I heard a loud crash in the hallway. When I went to check, glass was all over the floor from a broken picture frame. The frame hadn't fallen. The glass had just shattered. I couldn't find anything that might have hit it. I live alone. I don't have any pets. The best I could guess was some kind of hot to cold, or is it cold to hot, reaction, even though I experienced absolutely no temperature changes myself. The next night, I had awful nightmares where I heard someone fumbling around in the living room, and I went to check it out. As I reached the end of the hallway, a shadowy stick figure stood with its head barely an inch below the ceiling. And upon seeing me, it rushed towards me at a blinding speed. I stumbled backwards as it shot through me, and I bolted straight up in bed, gasping for breath. I was clammy with cold sweat, and there was a sharp pain in my chest. When I opened my shirt, there was a big red rash in the center of my chest. Freaked out, I went to the bathroom, but when I turned on the lights, I saw the same shadowy stick figure behind me in the mirror. I turned around, screaming, but nothing was there. Likewise, it was gone from the mirror as well. A day or two later, a picture frame fell off the wall, but at least that one didn't break. Then that night, I dreamed the figure was on my ceiling, looking down at me. It turned into black smoke and funneled down my nose and throat like fire. Again, I woke up in a clammy sweat, and now I had a hacking cough as well. The night before last, I woke up to a banging on my closet door that didn't stop until I got up and opened it. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Was the box cursed? Was it a trap? Was someone trying to curse Helga? But I intervened. No one knows where she is. 3 days ago, I went door to door asking if anyone knew where she might be, but the neighbors were as confused as me. Afterwards, I called the police to report a possible missing person. They're looking into it, but the only update I've received was to say that they couldn't find any relatives or friends. They're pursuing other avenues. I've already put the package back, but I feel like I messed up really bad. I have no clue how to break a curse, and I can't even Google it without knowing what kind it is. Does anyone have any idea what the deal is with that freaky box or the shadow thing? My parents took me to visit my aunt in Tennessee for the holidays, and her house was super haunted. It was built in the 1920s, and she still has stuff left from the previous owners. It had belonged to an elderly couple, but the wife had died 3 months after her husband, both in the same home, and no relatives ever claimed any of their possessions. The property sat empty for several years before a family purchased it in the 60s, and they had a son that would one day marry my aunt. Unfortunately, Uncle Terry passed away after a long battle of cancer in 2015, also in the house, and Nina has lived there alone ever since. I've always been a believer, so it was extra hard to stay there since I already have trouble sleeping in unfamiliar places. But I'm 16 and I didn't have a choice. We were only staying for 3 nights, so I probably sound like a petulant child. But this was the longest 3 days of my life. The house has a really weird layout that I probably can't describe without a floor plan. But everyone else was on one end while I was on the other, and they had 2 bathrooms closer to them than the one by me. There was no reason for them to come anywhere near my room during the night, yet I woke up to a shadowy figure standing in the doorway, even though I'd closed the door before bed. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I've never shaken so badly as when I tried unlocking my phone, but when I got the flashlight on, the figure was gone. It was so cold that I could see my breath. I thought the heater went out, but I was too afraid to check. I kept imagining a hand shooting out from under the bed to grab my ankle, and I just couldn't move. When morning finally came, I went to breakfast looking as tired as I felt. I told my family everything that happened. It was the most terrifying moment of my life, and they laughed. They thought it was cute. Nina said the ghosts make it cold, but they're harmless, and I should ignore them. I don't understand how someone just ignores a shadowy menace figure watching them sleep. But I could see they didn't care. On the second night, I was watching Netflix in my room when I realized how late it was getting. I hadn't brushed my teeth or gotten any water yet, and I didn't want to be moving through that dark house after everyone else was asleep. When I made it to the bathroom, the downstairs light was still on, but everything was pitch black when I came out. I wanted to skip the water, but my throat went bone dry just because it knew I didn't want to go downstairs. My aunt's tap water is a dirty brown color, so drinking from the faucet was out of the question. Finally, I choked down my fear and ran straight for the stairs where just enough moonlight streamed through the windows to reveal a hunched shadow figure standing at the top of the stairs. I barely kept from screaming, but a soft gasp escaped as a burst of cold air rushed past me. I guess it heard me because its head whipped around and the figure rushed towards me. It felt like being punched in the gut, and I ended up shivering on the floor for several minutes. Water completely forgotten, I ended up crawling most of the way back to my room. It was another long, mostly sleepless night. But I got through it knowing I only had one more. This time I kept the encounter to myself, but my parents said that the TV in their room turned off and on throughout the night. They found the ghost shenanigans far less funny when it interrupted their sleep, but I kept my mouth shut. My aunt said that one day she came home to find every chair in the dining room knocked over, and the lights were randomly flickering. Yet she told the story like she was sharing a funny anecdote. If I hadn't witnessed so many things firsthand, I would have assumed she was going senile because some were just that extreme. But something is clearly in that house, and despite what she wants to believe, it's not friendly. I only had one other encounter with it, and it almost broke my neck. I got through the entire last night without incident, and I was so excited to be leaving the next day. All that morning, I was packing stuff up, loading it into the car to hurry us on our way. I know that makes it sound like I was being careless and tripped, but I wasn't. I slowed down on the stairs, knowing full well we'd be staying longer if I broke my leg. Yet, while I was carrying my mom's bag downstairs, a cold hand of steel swiped my ankle, and I tumbled down the last 4 or 5 steps, damn near breaking more than my leg. At least that was one incident nobody laughed at. My aunt said, they rarely try to hurt anyone, and speculated I must have made it angry. Regardless of the hows and whys, I was just grateful to have that house in the rearview mirror. I love my aunt, but if I never see that place again, it'll be too soon. So yeah, that's my scariest experience with ghosts. Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie, my husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around, trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head, and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet. Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position, her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on, and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? So I'm a 27-year-old Uber driver, and of all the messed up stories I've collected over the last year, none of them have screwed with my head like with what happened last night. Once I got home, it took me hours to fall asleep. Then I dreamed about it, and now I'm writing about it. I always work nights on the weekends. I'm not in a big city, so if you want to actually make enough money to live on, that's when you have to do it. As usual, I spent most of my time driving drunk people around. but none of them were especially rowdy or loud. It was actually one of the easiest nights I've had. Then, at 4 a.m., I signed out of work and headed home. I was almost out of the city limits when I saw a distraught girl standing on the side of the road, sobbing with her hands over her face. It wasn't the safest place for her to be, especially alone. I had to check on her. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the scam where a woman tricks you into pulling over, but I would have never forgiven myself if I kept driving and something happened. As I pulled over, I reached under my seat and placed my gun within easy reach, just in case. And then I cracked the passenger window. She looked at me, and I could see her tears were genuine. Her eyes were red and puffy, snot poured from her nose, and her words were barely intelligible. All the while, I was looking in every direction, ready to hit the gas if anyone else appeared, but they didn't. She had a fight with her boyfriend who made her get out of the car a couple of miles back. That was how far she'd walked before she couldn't go any further. I offered to take her home, and once the door was open, I could see that she was wearing open-toed sandals with a yellow dress which was covered in mud. She even apologized for tracking mud into the car, but that was the last thing on my mind. Assuming that she had fallen on her walk, I didn't mention it. I drove by the bridge where she was left at all the time, and it crossed over an especially muddy creek bed. The road flooded when it rained, and there'd been a lot of rain lately. The guy who ditched her also threw her purse out the window as he drove off. Her phone was inside, so she didn't have a light to look for it or a way to call for help. Nothing. There were no other cars around when we got close to the bridge, so I turned on the high beams, slowed to a crawl, and rolled down the window in hopes of seeing her purse before we had to get out and physically search. It would have been on the driver's side, so my full attention was focused on the tall, muddy grass along the road. My back was to the woman, but we continued our conversation, and I'd already let go of any suspicions. When we were about to pull onto the bridge, I asked if she wanted to do one more pass before we got out, but she didn't respond. Assuming that she was trying to make up her mind, I added that my eyesight isn't the greatest, and she might have better luck, but she still didn't answer. Finally, I turned towards her, but she was gone. She hadn't crawled in the back seat. She wasn't on the floorboard, and it's ridiculous that I even checked because it's a pretty small car. If she had moved, I would still be able to see her. Logically, I understand that she couldn't have gotten out either. If she had, the doors would have made the unlock sound, and the lights would have come on. It would have been impossible to miss. Yet there I was, alone in the middle of that dark road. So I got out and called for her. I hadn't realized she never said her name until that moment, but as I stood in the silent night, I couldn't help returning to my original theory. Was it a setup after all? Were there a bunch of guys hiding in the trees, waiting for me to step away from the car? Even if they were, how had she gotten out? Well, I wasn't going to test my theory. Regardless of how she did it, she had clearly brought me there and left me under her own volition. She'd been incredibly upset, but she wasn't behaving erratically or irrationally. Given the circumstances, she'd made perfectly logical choices until that moment. After calling out a few more times, I quickly got back into the car and left, paying especially close attention to the tree line, but I still didn't see anyone. I replayed her disappearance the whole way home, and I came no closer to understanding what occurred. In my garage, I realized that the mud was gone too. My floorboards were clean again, as if she never existed. I genuinely began to wonder if I lost my mind. My brother thought I was on drugs, while my sister just sounded worried and asked me to get some sleep. It wasn't until later this afternoon that I spoke to anyone who actually believed me. I always go to the same gas station near my house, so everyone knows me pretty well there. The owner, Jeb, a man in his 60s, has lived here his entire life, and he believed me because he knew the girl. If I had described her to him, or anyone at all, I would think that he was messing with me. But this was too freaky to write off. I shared almost every detail that I've shared here, right down to what I was thinking every step of the way. But I never described anything about her physical appearance, other than I believed her to be in her 20s. Yet when my story was finished, he described her as if he had been there. He knew what she looked like and what she was wearing, down to her open-toed sandals. And he told me a couple of stories. One was about how he had once seen the same woman standing on the side of the same road. One night, he was on his way home and he didn't notice her until it was too late to stop. So he parked further up and reversed back towards where she was, only she wasn't there anymore. Assuming he had frightened her, he tried calling out to ask if she needed help, but there was no response. Not sure what else to do, he went home. That happened to him 5 years ago. The next day, he ran into a cop buddy and mentioned the girl, wondering if something had happened to her or if there had been an accident. After describing the event, his friend went pale, told him about a murder that had taken place the previous year. A young couple had been out together when they began to argue. It escalated to the point that the boyfriend pulled over and forced the girlfriend out of the car. Once she was out, he sped off, but soon turned around and ran her over, right there on the side of the road. Her body was found the following morning, and the boyfriend was caught in the neighboring state shortly after. No matter how I look at it, I can't come up with any explanation other than I must have given a ride to a ghost. When I was 6, my family moved into a new house, and something else was living in my room with me. It was a 3-bedroom, and as the youngest, I was left with the smallest room at the back of the house. It was a really weird layout. I've never seen another one like it, but none of us slept very close to one another. Normally, the master bedroom will be on one side and the others will be down some hallway with a bathroom and maybe a closet, but not this place. My parents' room was off the kitchen at one end, and my sister was down the hall, while mine was just all by itself on the other side of the den at the opposite end of the house. This is because my sister's room used to be the master until the previous owners had built the new addition off the kitchen. Nothing weird ever happened anywhere else in that house, just my room. I quickly learned to avoid it at all costs during the day, but I'd still have to sleep in there. And that's when things got really bad. It was one thing when something on a shelf fell over by itself, but the shadow figure scared me to death. In the corner, there was an old spinning green chair, like a small recliner that didn't recline. It made a certain sound when someone sat or spun around, and I heard it on the very first night. I was already having trouble staying asleep just because it was a new place, but I would drift in and out. When I first heard someone sit down, it was almost a jump scare because I hadn't heard the door open or anyone cross the room, and that surprised me unto itself. Assuming it must be my mom, I opened my eyes, wondering what she could possibly be doing, and that's when the true terror began. Even though this was over 30 years ago, I still remember each of these instances like it just happened. I may not recall what I did for my birthday or where the school took us on field trips, but these are crystal clear. Well, for the first night, my very dim nightlight was on one side of the room, and this chair was on the opposite corner by the closet, so literally the darkest spot in there. I couldn't make out any details about the figure sitting in the chair. It was just a solid, human-shaped black mass, slowly spinning back and forth. The head remained fixed, as if watching me sleep, while the rest of its body moved with the chair. I'd been pretty warm all night, but now it was cold enough to make me shiver, and I wanted so badly to call out for my parents. No matter how hard I tried, my voice wouldn't come. If it knew that I was awake, It might get up. Or what if it spoke? Oh, I also didn't have a way to tell time, so I had no clue how long it was until daylight. It could have been minutes or hours for all I knew. Same goes for how long that thing was there. Eventually, the squeaking sound stopped, and I went into an even higher state of alert. What if it was bored watching me sleep and about to pounce? But the sound of it standing up never came. When I finally worked up the courage to crack open my eyes, it was gone. I threw off the covers and ran to my parents, telling them everything. Obviously, they assumed someone had broken in. I guess I should have too, but the cold dread I felt was so extreme that the idea it could be human never even occurred to me. Dad searched my room and then the house, but found no sign that anyone could have been inside. Ultimately, it was concluded that I must have had a nightmare, and I was allowed to sleep with them for the short hours remaining of the night. I actually ended up spending a few nights in their room, but then I had to go back. I cried for the first hour of trying to fall asleep, but the rest of my things were unpacked by then, so at least I had a clock and a better nightlight. It had been placed in the center of the room. I stayed awake, frightened until sometime around midnight when I finally fell asleep. Then I woke up the next morning and everything was completely fine. The same thing happened once again the next night, and the one after that. At the 1 week mark, I began to wonder if it actually had been a nightmare. But I didn't have to contemplate that theory for long. It was only a few more nights before it happened again. The sound of someone heavy sitting in that chair woke me from a dead sleep, and the slight spinning motion began immediately. I could feel everything run cold, and I pinched my arm until it left bruises, but I never woke up from any nightmare. It all happened exactly like it had the first time. It was almost 3 when it came, and it stayed for 47 minutes before vanishing. Even though the new nightlight should have illuminated anyone or anything in that chair, the figure was still just a black shadow person, turning side to side. This thing watched me sleep off and on throughout my childhood until I went to college. After that, I never slept there again. My parents moved out when I was 25, and I've always wondered about the new homeowners, but never had the courage to make contact. I was posted in a primary health care center with a fellow senior doctor. It was our night shift, and he had started to tell me stories of the time when he was doing autopsies in the same hospital. He was shifted to primary health care because he couldn't deal with the trauma that came later. He said that not all autopsies led to hauntings, but it was people who had killed themselves or cases of assault where the death was unnatural. It were these cases that led to some of the most disturbing paranormal activities. One such case he narrated that night was of a woman, mid-20s. She was first assaulted and strangled, and later her body was thrown in the well by her in-laws. Such incidents are common in rural areas of India. They hoped to escape the charges, but after thorough examination of her lungs by my colleague, the senior doctor, who had done her autopsy, it was obvious that she was killed first and drowned later. The in-laws of this woman tried to pay a hefty amount to him so as to escape the charges, but he refused. After that incident, he said that he often saw the woman, wet hair, bulging eyes, naked with a pale body, often sitting by his bedside, just looking at him. He said it wasn't sleep paralysis. He was shattered with fear one more time as he was combing his hair in the bathroom mirror and saw the same woman just peeking at him through the door. Only her eyes and her wet hair were visible through the mirror. It became so traumatic that he left that part of his profession completely, even though he was getting paid a lot for that job. He said he doesn't ever wish to go back. And the fact that it was the same hospital where I'm working right now, kinda creepy, not gonna lie. I was driving home along a rural road. I'd just left a friend's birthday party and planned to call my husband when I stopped at the closest gas station, as that's what we would do when either of us would hit the road. Before even making it that far, I heard this incredibly loud bang. So loud and intense, it actually momentarily rocked my vehicle. After literally a couple seconds of sheer life-altering panic, I regained my composure. Briefly, I wondered what part of my car had been busted or fallen off, and then my cell phone rang. I pulled off to the side of the road, and I saw that it was my husband, so I picked up. "What happened?" he asked, alarmed. "Are you okay?" At first, I assumed he was referring to my car, but I quickly reasoned with myself that there's no way he could have experienced that or known that I have, all the way at work. I sensibly answered, "Nothing's wrong. I'm fine," unsure of what he meant. "You just call me screaming and crying from the side of the road and nothing's wrong?" he barked. "I thought you had a car accident." How did he even know I was driving? I thought to myself. "I swear, I didn't call you. I planned to, but I hadn't made it that far yet. It must have been someone else, and you confused the call with me." I suggested this. He's a psychiatrist, so it wasn't the most unusual suggestion. "No, it was you, hun," he insisted. "I'll show you when you get home. I really thought something terrible had happened to you." "I'm totally fine," I said. "Just driving home now. I'll see you later tonight." I got back on the road and stopped at the nearby gas station. I was relatively surprised to see that there was absolutely nothing wrong with my car. Despite the combustion sound so loud it actually shook it. Everything checked out, even under the hood. My husband calling 1 second after that sound would indicate that he got the alleged phone call from me at the exact moment of the boom. Honestly, I'm not sure what happened that night. I do know that my husband showed me his call log, and sure enough, there was a call from me at the time he'd claimed. I'm not sure if we breached some time-space barrier, or if we somehow experienced an alternate reality just for a second. Either way, it's just one of those moments we have no explanation for. When I was 17, my dad was the manager of a movie theater, and I worked for him during my summer break. This was back in the 80s when people still got paper checks, and I would sometimes hand them out. During my first time doing this, I had one left over. It was for an old man that retired the previous week, and he had had some health problems, so Dad asked me to run it by the guy's house to save him the bus trip. It got me off work a little early, and he lived close by, so that was fine with me. I got there and knocked on each door for a solid 5 minutes, but no one answered. I had to drive back up the road to call my dad from a payphone, just to ask if I could leave it in the mailbox instead. He didn't like that idea very much and insisted that the man was definitely home, but probably asleep. I really wasn't happy about the prospect of knocking on this guy's windows, but my dad is a hard man to argue with. So I hurried back to get it over with. I tried the doors again first, just in case, but still had no luck. Made my way to the backyard. Upon identifying the window supposedly belonging to the bedroom, I pressed my face to the glass and began tapping lightly, but stopped abruptly when 2 cats bolted away at the sound. They had been crouched over something, but it took a moment for my eyes to recognize the bulky shape on the floor as a person. I could only see him from the waist down. He wasn't moving. Thinking he must have fallen recently, I tried the window, and it opened easily beneath my hands. That's when the smell hit me. There's nothing in the world like it. It's kind of sweet, but rotten at the same time, and I mean sweet in the worst way possible, for sure. Using my shirt to cover my mouth and nose, I stuck my head in just far enough to confirm what I already knew. The old man was dead. But not only that, The cats had begun eating away at his face. His lips, nose, and ears, they'd been gnawed away to the bone. I couldn't get away fast enough. Slamming the window shut, I raced back to the payphone to call the police, and then my dad. He got there a few minutes after the ambulance, and I went home. I had seen and smelled more than enough for a lifetime. We later learned that the man died of a stroke, either the same night or the morning after his retirement gathering, so he'd been there for a solid 6 days. His cats had one of those automatic feeders and water bowls, so they probably had food for the first couple of days, but once they ran out, well, I had nightmares that whole summer, and even though it's been nearly 40 years now, I still remember that smell and the look of his disfigured face, like it was yesterday. I'll tell you what, though, Dad never sent me to another employee's house again, and these days, I don't show up anywhere without calling first. I've been a part-time Uber driver for almost 3 years now, and for the most part, you learn to shrug off the crazies. I was once held at gunpoint, and I had a knife pulled on me, but thankfully, I wasn't harmed. The man with the gun happened after I'd been on the job for nearly a year. He canceled his ride as soon as we got onto the highway, and I noticed it immediately. People suck, so sometimes they'll wait until we enter heavy traffic, hope that we don't see the alert, but I don't play that shit. I pulled over onto the shoulder in the middle of 5 o'clock traffic and told him to get out right there. We went back and forth for a moment as he denied canceling the ride, but when I wouldn't relent, he pulled out a gun. Now, I'll go pretty far not to give someone like that what they want, but a trip to Walmart wasn't worth dying for. That's where he had wanted to go, Walmart. It was less than 10 minutes from our location, and I would never have to leave the main highway. So I calculated it was safer to drive him there. But then he tried to get me to turn off onto a side street where there were far fewer people. I knew the area very well, and there are also plenty of isolated locations that he could have directed me to once we were down there. Now, this guy knew I had a dash cam, and he wasn't wearing a mask. I'd originally hoped that he was just too high to realize how careless he was being, but this was a calculated move. If I was going to die, I would rather it be immediate than endure whatever that creep had in store. So I slowed down, like I was preparing to turn, and I stopped in the middle of the busy highway instead. He started screaming and jabbing me in the back of the head with his gun's barrel. I put the car in park, refused to move, saying that he would have to kill me right there because I wasn't going to any second location. By now, other cars were beginning to notice something wasn't right, and they were stopping as well. So he jumped out and took off running. I was lucky. It could have easily gone the other way, but I truly don't believe he intended for me to survive his attack. Multiple people dialed 911, including an off-duty police officer who followed the man into a neighborhood before he fled through some back streets. It was thanks to him that the police were able to locate the asshole so quickly. The guy who pulled a knife on me just wanted my wallet. This was actually just a few months ago, but I had long ago learned not to carry anything but my ID and phone, which he was also dumb enough to take and leave it on, so police quickly located him with Find My Phone. As horrifying as these instances were, they were almost to be expected. I went into this knowing that those things could happen, but the ones that I'm about to share, no one prepared me for these. No one ever told me that some people were trying to replace ambulances with Ubers. I can't afford the luxury of an ambulance either, but I would never trick a stranger into taking me to a hospital. It was only my second week on the job when I was sent to pick up an elderly woman for a doctor's appointment. I was put at ease by her. It had been a long day. I had just dropped off a man who had been creeping me out his entire 30-minute ride. But here was this sweet old lady with a walker. I helped her in and she thanked me politely. But she appeared kind of disoriented. and just overall didn't seem to feel well. I made polite conversation at first, asking how she was, the usual, but her answers were rather short, so I stopped. That's fine. Some people like to chat and some don't. I usually just test the waters and follow suit. Now, her doctor's office was inside the hospital, so that's where we were going. But about 15 minutes into the ride, she tried to say something that came out really jumbled. Glancing into the rearview mirror, I started to ask her to repeat herself when I noticed half of her face had completely drooped. She was having a stroke, and I was terrified. I called 911 and explained everything while I was still en route to the hospital. At first, I was thinking, wow, what are the odds that this happens on her way to a doctor's appointment? But I later learned that was a lie. She knew something was wrong, but she couldn't afford to call an ambulance, so she tried Uber instead. Luckily, that instance turned out okay in the end. The woman survived. The same wouldn't hold true for the next one, though. Maybe 6 or 7 months later, I picked up a man for a quick trip to his daughter's house. When he first got into the car, I was a little concerned because he seemed very out of breath. But he was old, so I figured that was normal for him. The location was only 10 minutes away, so I wasn't too worried. But the second I tried to turn onto the highway, he clutched his chest and began complaining of chest pains, saying he needs to go to the hospital now. His daughter later admitted that he was having those pains for quite some time before he asked her to meet him at the hospital, but she didn't realize he was ordering an Uber. Anyways, I panicked. I had no clue what to do or if he was faking it or what, but I couldn't risk it. What if he died while I was sitting there trying to figure out what to do? So I rushed to the hospital. He got very quiet when we were still at a good 10 minutes away, and that really scared me. Then I began to smell something so awful. He died before we arrived. That's how I learned that our bowels release when we pass away. The ordeal may have been one of the worst days of my life. I felt guilty for the longest time, like it was somehow my fault. And no one cleans that kind of mess for you. So I had to do it myself. Yeah, overall, I can't wait to reach a point where I don't have to do this anymore. I guess I'm just gonna dive straight into this one. At 10, my grandmother took me away from my mother because both of my parents were addicts. They'd split up and gotten back together a few times when I was younger, but Dad spent most of my life in prison, and now that he's out, his brain is so fried that he doesn't even remember who I am. My mom married another addict, and they actually got sober when I was about 16. Her husband stayed clean, but she fell off the wagon after about 6 months. My entire adult life consisted of her getting sober to con her way into my life and then robbing me blind before disappearing again. I fell for it every time, but I'm not going to make excuses. I was just naive. Well, now I'm 30, and I just had to scatter her ashes at her favorite lake. Back in December, she got pneumonia, and thanks to a lifetime of heavy drug abuse, her immune system was completely shot. Her health declined rapidly, and it was soon clear she wasn't going to make it. Eventually, she fell into a coma, and it was left on me to end her life support. As difficult as that was, everything was made so much worse by the fact that I was completely alone for the entire process. My mom burned every bridge she'd ever made. Even her sister refused to come. The confession happened just a few hours before she slipped into a coma. She was telling me how sorry she was for everything, all the usual stuff. Then she got really serious and straight up admitted, "I killed that girl in '96. I knew what she was talking about right away. My parents would often get back together for a short period of time when Dad got out of jail, but this incident was the last time they ever spoke. I don't personally remember many parts of it, but I've grown up hearing the story and accusations from all sides. It had a big impact on our lives. Somehow, Mom found out that Dad was seeing another woman. someone that they were partying with and buying drugs from. She got him really drunk and high before confronting him, so it turned into a huge fight during which Dad said that he was going to leave her for the other woman. I'll just call her Vicky. It didn't take long for the fight to turn physical. Dad broke Mom's nose, and she hit him with something right back. It ended with both of them bleeding, but Dad was also unconscious. Mom drove to Vicky's house and pretended like she wanted to buy more drugs and hang out. They took turns shooting each other up, but my mom gave her way too much. Vicky immediately knew what happened, but by then it was already too late. Mom stayed and laughed at the woman while she went into convulsions and passed away. Then she drove home and went to bed. The next morning, Dad woke up alone on the couch, right where he had passed out, and remembered enough of the night and the fight to know he needed to warn Vicky. Mom was asleep, so he wasn't too worried yet. First, he tried to call Vicky, but she didn't answer. He decided to drive over. It was when he actually got into the car that he noticed the seat had been moved and began to get nervous. Then he got to her house and found the door unlocked. That's when he knew. As a rule, drug dealers don't generally leave their doors unlocked. Sure enough, Vicky was dead. He told paramedics and the police that he thought it was murder, but they knew exactly who he and the woman were. It was ruled an accidental overdose, with essentially no investigation. And that was the end of it. But Dad told everyone who would listen that Mom murdered Vicky. Mom, of course, denied everything and said that Dad was out of his mind. I always knew my mom was a bad person, but I never believed she was a murderer until I heard it from her own mouth. For so many years, she tried to gaslight Dad into thinking he was crazy, but all that time, she actually was guilty. I wish I would have listened. His drug use got so much worse after that. It was only a few months later that he went away on a 15-year sentence. And now, he doesn't even remember who Mom was, let alone Vicky. So yeah, that's my deathbed confession story. Thank you for sharing it. It's amazing how much this kind of stuff actually happens when drugs are involved. But it's just another prime example of why you should never try meth, not even once. I just recently moved out of a house that I'd lived in for about 6 years. My family and I had moved in when I was 13 with a family friend whose parents had passed away a few years prior. Not much really happened there, other than the usual seeing things out of the corner of your eyes and such, but nothing too memorable. The way the house was laid out, you were able to see down the hallway past the gallery kitchen near the back door, where a half bath was and the washer and dryer hookups. You could see all this from the living room. A few years after moving in, sometimes when I would glance up at the black TV in the living room, I would notice what appeared to be the figure of a young woman standing in the middle of the hallway further down. It was just the outline of a woman standing there still, and what looked to be long black hair falling down her shoulders. Most of her was black, so you couldn't make out facial details or anything. At first, I'd find myself staring at it, and then turning around to look down the hallway, only to find nothing. Every time I'd look back at the TV, it was still there. Countless times I'd search the area, trying to find a reasonable explanation as to what I was seeing. Maybe coats or clothes, or maybe just the way the shadow would be casted. But nothing. I would look back up, and she was still there. After some time, I became desensitized to it. She never moved, never made noise. She just stood there. So knowing that there was no danger that came from her, I simply ignored any time I saw her. My parents never mentioned seeing anything, so I thought once we'd all moved out that maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me back then. I started dating my now boyfriend a few months before we moved, so he'd come around the house plenty of times and even spent the night once before. Today, me and him were sharing some of our ghost stories from our childhood. I started to mention this story, but I didn't even get to the part of the TV yet when he cut me off. He started to get really freaked out, saying that one night he'd gotten up to go get his soda from the kitchen to bring back to my room. He further explained that once he went to grab the soda, he immediately felt like he was being watched. When he glanced up, he noticed something in the TV. I started shaking. I almost got emotional, knowing that I wasn't the only one to have seen it. He described everything about her that I could make out, but he said he was closer to her than I ever was, that he could only make out the figure from over his shoulder. He'd only seen her that one time, but it was baffling to me to realize that I wasn't the only one. I called my dad, asked if he'd ever seen it, and he said no. But he did say that he would sometimes see someone walking around the house occasionally, but never anyone back there. As of right now, we're the only two who have ever seen it, which makes this encounter even weirder to me. No explanation to this day. It really makes me wonder what it may have been. These stories were told to me and my siblings by our dad. Me and my twin were 11 or 12 at the time, so I'll be going off memory. Anyway, my dad was a wild card when he was young, and he thought that a spooky graveyard was the ideal date spot like most people back in those days. The Bull's Lament. There was once a farmer who had a prized bull in life. The farmer loved the bull so much that when he died, he wanted the bull to be killed and buried beside him. He also wanted a monument of the proud bull placed over their graves to watch over them for all eternity. Most folk during that time thought the farmer was crazed for thinking such a wish, yet that didn't stop them from honoring his wish. When the farmer passed, the bull was put down and placed right beside him. The monument was then placed over them, just as the farmer wished. I'm not sure how many years went by until my dad's experience, so I apologize for not having any idea when it happened, possibly when he was in his early to mid-20s. My dad liked to hang out in the nearby graveyard with several of his friends. It was like their own playground where they could just play army men and pranks. One night in particular, he and one of my uncles were just relaxing until they heard it. The sound of a bull crying out, either in anger or anguish. They looked at one another and decided to see where it came from. They followed the noise to the monument, only to find nothing. It was then that they heard the bull roar somewhere nearby, before the sound of charging hooves running towards them. Dad said they ran the hell out of the graveyard and back to their car. The man in a top hat and cape. Another story my dad told me happened when he and one of my uncles took their dates to the graveyard. They parked their car in one of the turnoffs and proceeded to make their own lover's lane. Things were getting serious when one of their dates noticed a green fog begin surrounding their car. All four of them sat frozen, watching the mist grow even further in thickness. Soon, they began to hear strange thuds striking the car. It was then that Dad decided to turn the key and get out of there as soon as possible. He was then surprised to find a man dressed in a top hat and a cape standing directly in front of their car, smiling at them. The thudding on the car began to become even worse, scaring their dates. Dad hit the gas pedal and drove forward directly toward the man, hoping that he would move out of the way. Instead of moving, the man stood still, allowing the car to drive through him. Dad stopped the car some distance past where the man had stood and looked through the back window. To his surprise, he saw the man still standing there, unharmed with the same grin. The man began to gesture for Dad to try again, but Dad decided to just drive out of there for several miles in silence. As I said, I was either 11 or 12, so I'm going off of memory. I don't remember the name of the cemetery, but I do remember being told many other experiences from what happened, aside from these two stories. I'll have to share those next. I'll try to keep it to the point and not drift off too much, but I swear on everything this is a true story of my own experience. When I was 12 or 13, I was living with my aunt for a few years and my younger cousin. We lived in a little house on a dead-end road in a small town of about 500 people. We were technically considered a village. My aunt was an odd soul. Everyone has their own rhythm, and hers was a different rhythm for sure. She had a fascination with the odd and the strange, from a musical, dancing, miniature, jester figurine to old newspapers from the 20s. Then enter her collection of porcelain masks, of which she had more than 30. All different sizes and styles, and she had them all over her bedroom walls. The house we lived in was small but cozy, but this house had other paranormal events happen in it before and after the events of this story. So it was no big deal when small stuff would happen because we were odd like that. Some stuff being harmless was fine by us. None of what happened before or after was harmful. This is the only event I was ever actually stricken with pure fear. It was my 13th birthday, and for my birthday, I wanted us all to watch a horror movie together, because those were my favorite and still are to this day. We watched A Haunting in Connecticut as the chosen movie. It was my aunt and uncle, their 3 kids, my 2 friends, and myself there to watch it. After the movie, we all just kind of crashed, so I went to my aunt's room to sleep because it was the only other room with a TV, one of those old box TVs that would go full static every now and again. I get in there and put something on quietly and go to sleep. But I wake up a couple of hours later, and the room is pitch black, other than the light from the static on the TV, which, if you know, is not very much. It's basically a straight low beam that makes some stuff visible, but anything outside that vicinity gets harder and harder to see because of the light. But I can see all of her masks clearly. I went to get up to change the channel, and I noticed I couldn't move. It was like some sort of sleep paralysis. My eyes could move, but my body could not. So I just laid there, briefly trying to wait for my body to realize and wake up or move, when I heard a sound like someone tapping their nails on the closet door. Just a little 4 taps. I'm sure that we all do this when we're bored, but it caught my attention, and I fixed my eyes on the closet door waiting to hear it again. Within about a minute, I had glanced at the wall that the closet was on, at my aunt's masks, when I noticed one was missing, and I knew because it was the one that I'd gotten her for Mother's Day. I did a double take because I knew where it always was. I didn't pay too much attention to it until I looked back at the TV and could barely see the mask that was missing off the wall, now hardly out of light, but still slightly visible behind the TV. I knew it was the mask by the little pink flower pattern on the left cheek. At first, I thought my aunt had moved it, but no longer than I had had that thought. The mask started to raise, very, very slowly. It rose to the ceiling, slowly made its way directly over my face in the bed, where it stayed for a couple of seconds, before slowly descending to what felt like right over my face. I tried to close my eyes, but it didn't help. I could feel it looking at me, and could practically see it doing it with my eyes closed. Then, out of nowhere, the pressure lifted, and I heard the mask break from falling. It fell directly about where it originally had hung, by the closet. I laid there practically in tears, not able to do anything about it. Then it sounded like someone shaking the bedroom door as hard as possible, trying to get in, but it wasn't locked. My aunt and uncle woke up to the sound of the door shaking, came to see what they thought I was doing until they got in front of the door and it swung open on its own. As soon as the door opened, it was like my body woke up. I sat up and screamed as loud as possible and pushed to the corner in the bed, crying. That's when I told them what happened. They knew by the way I was acting that I wasn't kidding, and they would have probably doubted it a bit had it not been for the door opening on its own. But that's the end of this one. I have many more, but not like this. I lived in an apartment in this old house in New Orleans. I lived with my boyfriend at the time, and we got this insane deal on a beautiful apartment. It was $600 to rent a massive, stunning apartment with hardwood floors and huge ceilings. My boyfriend worked in the oil field and would go offshore often, leaving me alone. 99% of the things happened when I was alone. One day I got out of the shower and the mirror was fogged up. I leaned over while I was brushing my teeth, and when I looked up, the mirror had been wiped in a circle where my face was. That happened a few times. It had wiped away where my face was when I looked up from brushing my teeth. Only a handful of times for the few months that I lived there, but when it did happen, it happened the same way every time. While I was sleeping, I often heard things crashing, and also often heard footsteps in the attic. When my boyfriend was there, he heard the footsteps too. He went into the attic to check it out, and no one was up there. I came home from getting groceries, put them on the gas stove, got a feeling of being watched, and looked up. After 2 or 3 seconds of me coming in and putting the groceries down, I looked up and all the cabinets were suddenly open 90 degrees. I closed the doors and tried to recreate it happening, which I couldn't. I brushed it off, went back to put the groceries away, got another creepy feeling, looked up and all of the cabinet doors were open again at a perfect 90-degree angle. While my back was turned, looking at the cabinets, all of the burners turned on full blast. When he was home, every night we heard footsteps of someone walking slowly in high heels up and down the hallway, sometimes for hours. The apartment next to us was a mirror image of ours, and the walls were thin. My boyfriend thought that the guy next to us had a lady over, and I said, "No woman wears high heels on hardwood floors, walking back and forth all night. They would have taken them off." Well, it turns out our neighbor worked as a nurse during the night shift and wasn't home anyway. I was going to sleep one day, but I was scared, so I left the hallway light on. I heard footsteps and was too scared to sleep. I looked up and saw an evil being. A man. But he looked half something else. Something was wrong. I saw him walk into the doorway of the room, stop, and turn towards me. I'd never been so scared. I was paralyzed in fear. He came into the room, stood at the left side of the bed, and sat down. I felt like I was being electrocuted the entire time he was looking at me. It felt like an eternity. I think I passed out from fear. I woke up in the morning and panicked. I felt like it happened, but kept trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare. One night, my boyfriend and I were watching TV in the dark. We heard the sound of the wood floor creaking, and we both looked over to see an evil-looking, older, ugly woman glaring at us. We both looked at each other. I knew by looking at him, he saw it too. That was the day that I went from thinking I was paranoid to living in full fear. And for me, here's the most terrifying part. Our dishwasher broke and these handymen came to install the new one. One guy says to the other, "Hurry up, I hate being in this apartment." I asked him to explain why, and he said he'll only talk to me outside. He said that a serial killer lived in that apartment and had killed women who were all the same age who looked similar in the French Quarter. He was a cross-dresser and walked up and down the hallway in heels. The FBI found a headless body and searched the entire property for the head and never found it. They looked in the attic and found traces of him living up there at some point. If you're curious, 2835 General Pershing, New Orleans, Louisiana. It's the upper right side apartment. I tried to look up the news story online and haven't had any luck. Maybe someone here is a better sleuth. In 2017, my sister, Candace, was murdered during one of her husband's drunken rages. Let's call him Earl. For years, we begged her to leave him, but he was always sorry, and he always convinced her to stay. Then the inevitable happened. It happened on a Thursday night. Oh, he didn't mean to kill her. We knew that he would never do it on purpose. After all, who would cook his dinners, wash his clothes, if not Candace? But then he finally hit her one too many times, and my sister was the one who paid the price. We pay for it too. I'll always feel like we should have done more, but she's the one who will never get to see London or write a book. That's all she really wanted from life. She called me the night it happened. Earl was mad because she cooked a casserole instead of a roast. The dumbest thing. But the fight was supposed to be over by then. When we spoke, he was nodding off in his recliner, and he didn't usually get up again after that. We talked for about 20 minutes before Candace said that she was going to bed, and everything seemed fine when we said goodbye. At 1:42 a.m., I woke up to my mom calling. I thought my dad must have had a heart attack, but no, my sister was dead. A neighbor heard their fight and called the police, but they arrived too late. Earl had fractured her skull, causing her brain to bleed, and she passed away en route to the hospital. I did not handle it well. We were only 2 years apart, so we grew up as best friends. We told each other everything, did everything together, and then she was just gone. It's not much consolation given the price, but for what it's worth, Earl got life in prison. I spiraled into a deep depression. If not for my partner, I don't think I would have survived the first week. The funeral was particularly difficult. I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't want to live anymore. I couldn't eat or sleep. That night, I laid in bed trying to sob quietly so as to not to wake my partner. And I thought, this sounds crazy, but I tried to summon my sister. As kids, we would say that we were as close as twins and try to summon each other with our minds. We actually convinced ourselves that it worked a few times, but we hadn't done it since we were little. I don't really know how to describe exactly what I did. I've never been so desperate for something in my life. I reached out with my very soul, and I begged the universe to let me know Candace was okay, that somewhere, somehow, in some form, she still existed. And it was that exact moment that a glowing white orb came through the wall and hovered above the foot of my bed. I thought I must have been dreaming and woke my partner, but once they saw it too, I started bawling in earnest. It was really her. She only stayed with us for a minute before floating back through the wall, and we never saw her again. But that's what allowed me to finally begin some semblance of healing. I was worried that a shared dream theory would bother me later, so I used my fingernail to scratch a small C into the nightstand before going to sleep. Now, every time I feel overwhelmed with grief, I look at it and feel comforted, knowing I'll see her again one day. There's nothing worse than losing someone you love. Life is so short. Please don't take each other for granted. You truly never know when you might be sharing your final conversation.